We have some new faces in the room and I suspect some new faces online. Oh, won't see all those faces. I see Senator Nethercott's name. So she's with us. And I believe Senator Barlow is with us online as well this morning. Very good. Well, let's get the day kicked off here this morning. We're going to start following the same things we did yesterday. Our subcommittees, our subgroups out of this task force have met and talked. We've got 3 areas we're going to talk about today. We're going to start off by talking on your agenda, item number 9, adolescents with high behavioral needs. We can do roll call. I don't believe we need to because it's second day continuation of first day, but we can do roll call. Go ahead and do roll call. It's quick. We're small in number.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. It's for the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force for July 19th. Senator Barlow.
Present.
Senator Nethercott. Here. Speaker Summers. Here. Representative Wanitzer. Co-Chairman Larson. Co-Chairman Baldwin. Here. Director Johansson for Department of Health. Director Schmidt for the Department of Family Services. Here. Director Shannon for the Department of Corrections. Dr. Ballard for the Department of Education. Mr. Chairman.
Very good. We have a quorum and now I see smiling Senator Nethercott and smiling Senator Barlow. It's good to see your smiling faces this morning. Okay, we're going to continue our theme from yesterday of those subgroups of this task force. Met, did some online stuff as well as some in-person things. We're going to continue with item number 9 on your agenda, adolescents with high behavioral needs. And I believe Director Schmidt has some, excuse me? Oh, you're first. He has that prerogative. He can be first. Co-Chairman Larson, would you like to lead us off, please?
Thank you, Chairman Baldwin, and for the members of the committee, just to highlight what we've done and get us into the conversation that DFS and Department of Health will have. Is this adolescent population with high behavioral needs to remind the committee and the public is we don't have currently within our system and a policy a way to take care of those adolescents that in our current system, the providers will not, for a variety of reasons, we find that they won't admit and take care of or are dismissing. And so at any one time, we may have up to 20 of these kids in the state that are either forced to spend time in a county jail or detention center at the Boys School and Girls School, which is incarceration, an emergency room. And we just have felt that we need to, that the state has a role here as a safety net to ensure that these kids have a safe place to go until a more permanent placement can be found for them. And so the discussion at our first meeting is how can we establish a program and by provider, whether that provider be contract or be the state, that can have the facility to take up to 20 of these individuals for possibly up to a year, but the intent is to keep them safe, stable, continue their education until a more permanent placement is found. And at our last meeting, in the public comment portion of that, we heard some of the providers, WAMSAC, WISA, some of the others suggest that we develop an RFI to outline what the state's expectations are and provide that for them to then consider if they would be interested in providing these types of services. And so during the from our last meeting to this meeting, the Department of Family Services and Department of Health have worked together and created a draft RFI that they have provided. We've sent it out to these groups. And so the first part of this meeting will be to talk about what the state's expectations are. And it really establishes the foundation for what we see the program to be, how it's to be provided, who is to serve, and for the length of time. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I think I'd like to turn the time over to Director Schmidt to walk us through that. And then with Director Johansson, who's here with us, to add any additional comments as he sees fit.
Very good. Director Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, members in the audience, or participants. This document was really an attempt to kind of capture all of the conversations we've been having about these children over the last 4 years. And I think the challenge to us to create an RFI was a good one, because it really made us sit down and think concretely about what are the specific needs we want to meet. And as the good chairman had mentioned, at any given time, we have between 10 to 20 kids who are in some need of a very high level service. These children are complicated. They're primarily males. They have behavioral issues. They're a little bit older, which means they're a little bit bigger. And oftentimes dual diagnosis, primarily developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities, and an underlying mental health issue. So as Wyoming tries to grapple with this population, the whole country, colleagues across the US in my position are struggling with these same conversations. And I think it's important to note that the chaos created by the pandemic, followed by the Great Resignation, really had a significant impact on our ability to serve these children. The number of available placements, meaning beds, decreased substantially. Many providers throughout changed their business models. And so trying to find an appropriate placement, we were competing, and we are competing with every other state in the US. One particular conversation with a colleague I think is important to note, and we've always talked about cost, and it hasn't been about cost. As one colleague stated, we have the money, we just do not have access to the service. And I think in our state for so long, it's been about the money. It's been about how much and who pays, et cetera. Well, through the Interagency Children's Collaborative and through the work of the legislature, we also have more money, ARPA money primarily, to provide us with ability to purchase these services. But again, access is a problem. The beds just aren't available. They come with long waiting lists, and they come with a lot of transition in the meantime as we're trying to stabilize children before they can be placed in something that's appropriate for the treatment needs. So to go through this RFI, I think that the first couple of sections really are the basic, what is the problem we're trying to solve? So we talk about who's all involved, the agencies, the Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Family Services, and then others as necessary to really help us case manage at a very high level the needs of these kids. What's a little bit different about the ICC, the Interagency Children's Collaborative, that I think has been different in the past is that it includes high-level policymakers who can make instant decisions. So it doesn't require a lot of bubbling up. For example, a local worker, a DFS caseworker in a local office trying to go through their chain of command to find an appropriate placement, getting the necessary permissions. Instead, if the ICC says, yes, we will help with this child, then people who can make instant policy decisions and financing decisions are right there at the table, and then we can get referrals made immediately. So it's an elevated high-level conversation that, again, isn't been typically the way that we have done business. So the challenge then is, what is it that we are wanting? So in simplest terms, what is the service we want to buy? The problem that we're trying to solve is finding appropriate placements for these kids as quickly as possible. What we are trying to buy then are the services to do that, whether it be immediately or whether it be in the transition space before some of those very complicated treatment array could be provided. So the challenge then back to this task force was, okay, so put it down on paper. What exactly is it, state, that you want to buy? And so this RFI goes through, it was a work that was done in conjunction with the Department of Health, Department of Family Services, our staff that participate in the ICC regularly. The Department of Education also provided input. So this is an accumulation of the collective work of the ICC. So if you want to go then, Mr. Chairman, would you like me to walk through the specifics, or yes, please?
Go ahead and
Thank you.
proceed.
Okay. So in general, what we are purchasing is, and I'm starting on page 5 of 9 under purpose and intent. In general, what we are wanting to purchase is 24-hour care for these youth where they can be safe and they can get their basic needs met. As Mr. Chairman Larson commented, we do not have a place oftentimes for children to be safe while they're awaiting a high-level placement. So as a result, oftentimes they end up in detention, they end up in an emergency room, or they end up at the Wyoming Boys School or the Wyoming Girls School. And as was commented, the boys' school and the girls' school are juvenile delinquency placements. These are placements where a child has committed a crime. So sometimes while a youth may be having an outburst at a particular provider or with someone, there may be some type of altercation resulting in a charge of assault. And then that would be the way that that youth would be placed at the boys' school or the girls' school. What we know is that the boys' school and the girls' school is not a therapeutic environment. We do provide treatment, but it is not intended to be therapeutic. Certainly, we provide a lot of programming and a lot of opportunities, but I think the system has started to look at the boys' school and the girls' school as a therapeutic placement, when in fact it is there for basically school first and primarily, and then also opportunities for behavior changes, et cetera. But it is not a residential treatment center. It's not a psychiatric residential treatment facility. It really just provides those services as needed for the youth that are there. So what we are hoping to then purchase is 24-hour services for this group of kids, anywhere from 15 to 20 at a given time, in a safe environment where they can be stabilized. Some of these kids have gone through a variety of placements in short amount of time. We would like to get them stabilized, which means that that will be some level of therapeutic service or mental health intervention. We would like to have them evaluated. So many of these kids come with either old evaluations, incomplete evaluations as they're moving around. We would like to see them evaluated, and then we would like to see them educated. So it's really at its very basic, everything that we would expect for our own children. They be safe, they get their needs met, their medical and behavioral needs met to some extent, and they get their educational needs met. So some of the conversation is then, what is it treatment? And the way that we've approached this is that it's not necessarily treatment, but what it is are treatment interventions in order to keep the child safe, to keep the child stabilized, so that when they are ready to go to their treatment milieu, their venue, that they are ready to move into that placement as smoothly and as quickly as possible without a lot of disruption. So an example would be is a youth that is a 15-year-old male who is has underlying mental health issues, but is also showing is autistic and extremely autistic. So on the spectrum to the very far side, but the underlying behaviors with the autism and in the combination of mental health issues make it very difficult for anyone to keep that child safe and provide those basic needs. So this type of facility would serve that type of child until an appropriate placement could be found. We know that those types of treatment facilities in the US are fairly limited, especially on these extremes. And so the job of this facility then would be to, again, evaluate, what is the degree of need to keep that child safe, understanding there's underlying behaviors, and to work with the educational system to make sure that educational needs are also met. And then waiting for the placement. So the trick in this particular environment is to keep the child stabilized to the point then that when the placement is finally made, the bed becomes available, that we can make that move quickly. So as we walk through then, page 5, looking specifically at the contractor on 3.3 and what follows. These are the lists of what we would like to purchase. We understand that there's 15 adolescents at any given time, combination of boys and girls, but primarily boys. So gender does become an issue in terms of placement capacity, 24-hour supervision, which is also going to depend basically on the needs of the children. Sometimes children may need one-on-one, other times it may be a 2-on-5. We can't dictate to you the ratio. What we can dictate is that the child is safe, and then we would leave it up to the facility to determine what the staffing would need to be to do that. 3.3.4 gets at the provider facilitate therapeutic evaluations, med management, and ongoing group, individual, and family therapy as necessary. So we don't contemplate this being a all service to all needs and solving all therapeutic issues. What we see this is that providing those therapeutic interventions as necessary to keep the child stabilized. So if the child has a high level of depression, understanding that's going to impact the child's ability to stay safe and stable, then we would expect that there be some treatment around that child's prevention or depression needs. So then the contractor will go through and assess the child. There's an important component that comes out of this conversation, and many times we've discussed this in various arenas, this committee, but also through meetings with stakeholders who have been part of the high needs work group. And that's the conversation about the ability to say no. The adolescent care system does not have a backstop as the adult system does. The adult system for mental health issues, severe mental health issues, has the Wyoming State Hospital. The Wyoming State Hospital cannot say no. And that doesn't mean that there aren't issues about where and how, but at the end of the day, the Wyoming State Hospital, if a person is committed, they must provide that service. For adolescents, there isn't that same backstop. We rely heavily on our private provider system, and they've been great partners with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schmidt, so there's been conversation, we've heard conversation over the years, well, why can't you take these kids at the state hospital? Why can't you take adolescents? So as you mentioned that, could you just take a minute and explain why we can't do that any longer, and why the state hospital doesn't take these adolescent kids?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Larson, the simplest answer is liability lawsuits. So there was a the Chris S. lawsuit, of which probably some of you were around when that happened. It really talked at that time, and I think it was in the 90s or early 2000s. Yes. Where there was a lawsuit that was brought against the state hospital I think, and I'll look to Director Johansson because it's been a long time since I've looked at the basics of that lawsuit. But essentially it said that children cannot be, as part of the agreement, children were no longer to be served at the state hospital. So it had to do with the ability for the state hospital to truly treat those adolescents, and also this desire to have children placed in an environment, the least restrictive environment. So that conversation, and I think, Stefan, if you can step in and help me, there's some specifics, and I wanted to say it was really around P&A. And so please, Mr. Chairman.
Let's all look at Director Johansson and have him answer some of that question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schmidt's right. There's a variety of factors that have led to the state hospital no longer. And I think the last time that the state hospital cared for and treated adolescents was in the 90s. I don't quote me on that, even though we're on YouTube here, but I believe that's right. In addition to the settlement agreements and the lawsuits that were coming at that time here and in other states, I think in general, especially after the facilities task force of the last 5 or 6 years and reestablishing the state hospital and the Life Resource Center missions, the decisions have been made that facility is an acute adult psychiatric facility. I will say that that folks who are civilly committed, mostly it assumes adulthood because you are removing civil rights. That's a thing we take very seriously. Your communities take very seriously. So in addition to what Director Schmidt mentioned, I personally, and I think folks in this room would agree, if it can be avoided, the state hospital is not a state hospital, psychiatric hospital is not an appropriate place for children. In addition, we do not have at the state hospital in Evanston, we do not have specialty providers for adolescents in that type of hospital or that type of setting. So there's some operational capacity issues that go along with that. But I'll caveat all this by saying I do know it's frustrating, especially in some of these crisis cases where in an emergency or as what seems like a last resort, a Title 25 order will be issued on a child, which by the law commits them to the state hospital. We work the second we get one of those to, as Director Schmidt mentioned, to try to find a more appropriate placement where a child can be more suitably treated. Have we over the years admitted minors to the state hospital? Yes, we have. What that results in is usually a wing or a unit being essentially shut down because of you can't have age of majority folks with age of minority folks in that type of setting and licensure. So not to try to sound like I'm complaining, but it does create operational issues which result in wait lists and reduced number of beds at the hospital. So hopefully that adds a little bit of context, Director Schmidt, but did a great job with the history, which was before my time as well.
Speaker Summers, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on 3.3.6, to identify, contractor shell treatment teams to identify long-term treatment programs. So my question was, you have these 20 high behavioral adolescents, and you want to stabilize them and move them to somewhere else, to some other program. So out of that 20, once they're stabilized, what's the guess that you'll move to something that's not an institutionalized piece? In other words, where they're not having both night and day service.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers, that is one of the interesting things that we have found through the work that we've been doing with the ICC in the past year or two, is that once a child is stabilized, we are finding that some of them can go back to a least restrictive environment. So that might be a group home with additional services or even home. And the shortage of placements has really forced us to be probably more creative than we've ever been comfortable with. But what we have seen in some of those cases is kids have been successful at home with their families, but with a lot of services wrapped around them. So it does not necessarily mean a child has to go to a higher level of care What it means is it gives us a place to keep the child safe while we then can look at other types of interventions that may be more helpful, or at least give them a best chance at being at home with a family, which is really what we want.
So just a quick follow-up.
Go ahead, follow
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just give me a percentage of guess, even a wild guess of how many you are able to put in least restrictive environment, and how many probably end up, and if you can't do it now, that's fine. You can give me those numbers later, but I'm curious kind of what percentage we stabilize, we get them into maybe back into their home or into a very least restrictive environment, and how many of them eventually end up institutionalized of some kind.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers, I can't give you the longitudinal data quite yet, but what I can tell you is as of March 31st, we had 2 children living at home. That was on the Interagency Children's Collaborative, and 1 in independent living that was transitioning to adulthood and then the services through the adult system. And that was out of 13 youth. So you kind of generally, you can see the others were in the boys' school and the girls' school. There were 5 there, in detention 2, BOCES 2, and then acute hospitalization, which is that really high psychiatric need. There was 1. So that's just a snapshot in time. And we are collecting that data. And as we build it, we'll be able to report more. What I can't tell you is if those children that were at home are still at home and where they are now as of July 19th.
Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Schmidt, thank you for letting us pause your presentation, but I think to help illustrate and set the stage and perhaps a visual picture of how this works is important as we proceed on this RFI. And so following up on Representatives Summers' conversation, I just again want to point out that Department of Ed, Department of Family Service, Department of Health could get a call today at 5 o'clock and say, we've got this person in crisis. We've been trying to deal with him, and he could be anywhere in the state. He could be at one of our existing facilities. He could be at a school. It could just be a parent. They're just there and they said, we can't deal with it. And we're walking away from it. Where do you want him? We're not going to deal with it. And it's kind of this, oh my, where do we do? Because we don't have anything in place. But if you can have, if you have that place to put them, to allow then this whole system within the state, WISA, our mental health providers and school districts and wherever else, to have the time to gather together to put some suggestions together while this kid is being safe is what we're trying to accomplish. And I think we've seen a pretty unique illustration of how that can work, and maybe ask Director Johansson to talk about the young person we had in the state that we didn't have any place to go, left, come back, and we worked within our community and the results with the wraparound services. So Mr. Chairman, if we could just kind of to further illustrate what Representative Summers is asking, what the potential outcome and successful outcome really can look like.
Thank you. Let's again turn to Director Johansson and look at him squarely. Go ahead, sir.
Or at an angle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, from the dark corner over here. No, it's as we discussed yesterday and yesterday evening on the tour. I think Director Schmidt and I would be on the same page that this can work. Now, the statistics she laid out of the snapshot, now you kind of get a sense of just how severe some of these situations, children and families are. So we can't sit here and say, hey, if this is successful, or if the plan B, which we might talk about later, is successful, all 15 of these children, will integrate back into the community quickly. I just don't think we can promise that, but some of the cases that have run through the Interagency Children's Collaborative, or the ICC, with this sort of renewed and even new model for the agencies to collaborate and to get creative with funding on how we work a case like this and how we try to place in an appropriate setting. We have had some real demonstrable successes leveraging what we have here in Wyoming, and not perfect at first. And I think the situation you're referring to, without getting too specific here, Chairman Larson, was a case where it was very difficult, and local hospital needed and wanted to discharge. And we couldn't find wraparound services or appropriate services here in Wyoming. So we, between all the agencies, had been hunting out of state. And a facility was located out of state, quite a long ways out of state, and looked like a great opportunity, brand new place. But it didn't work out because maybe the facility bit off more than they can chew with several clients, but they ended up shutting it down temporarily and discharging all of the clients within a month or 6 weeks. I can't remember the exact timeline. And then we really had to scramble as an ICC and agencies to find support back here in Wyoming, and we did through our community mental health system. So it's not that there's a roadmap or a model of how to get there, but we do know that if we can find a situation where, as Director Schmidt mentioned, for a temporary period, we have a safe place to provide care, security, and your basics, your food and shelter and education, then that work that the ICC and the agencies are doing can be successful in either placement or finding pretty significant wraparound supports at home or in the community. What the barrier is right now, I think, is, and I'll speak for myself and see if Director Schmidt or Dr. Ballard agree, we're always going to have to be reactive to these. That's the nature of a crisis case, is you do need to react. But I think this inability to have this 24/7 supervised care in a temporary period that's marginally better than jail or emergency room, the lack of that is, it causes this panic. This has to change. To your point, Chairman Larson, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday and we're on the phone because we're hearing that a discharge is going to happen 8 a.m. on Saturday. In kind of an extreme example, but those are the types of discussions we have. And then everybody from state government, county government, local government, judiciary is kind of in a panic mode. We have got to find something now. And I think that's really with a plan like this, to see what's out there or what interest might be out there in the provider community, in the nonprofit community, private sector, et cetera. And a choose your own adventure kind of RFI here of, if you look, and I know we're paused a little bit, but you can express interest or propose on the whole kit and caboodle with, facility, 100% staffing, special education, and those services, or hey, maybe just special education. If the state has the facility, or there's a facility that gets identified, we can do portions of this, or we would want to do portions of this. So long-winded response with a few scenarios, Chairman Baldwin and Chairman Larson, but hopefully it kind of illuminates, at least from the Department of Health's perspective, where I think the value is here.
I guess I would ask one question there, is that, and I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday offline, and that was, what do we see from some of the other states? What are some of the other states around us doing in the same situation?
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak generally. I'm not aware of states that have facilities, state-owned facilities like this with this mission. And I'm seeing, maybe I'm wrong there from Director Schmidt. Not working in the family services side of things. What we've seen recently in state of Colorado, mostly on the Medicaid side, is a dramatic increase in reimbursement rates for a similar level of care. Now it's a PRTF, or psychiatric residential treatment facility, where Colorado, through legislation, through ARPA funds, et cetera, has dramatically raised those reimbursement rates as one policy solution to improve access. how sustainable that will be going forward, I think remains to be seen. But at least from my perspective, and I'll ask Director Schmidt to weigh in on facility side specifically. What I've seen and what we've seen, especially on the Medicaid side, is really discussions about finance. What's the appropriate reimbursement rate to pay? I don't think in Wyoming at our scale, that's the perfect solution. Because we can raise reimbursement rates, and we've worked with the legislature on several rate changes over the last couple of years. That doesn't really influence or change our problem of scale, where where are these providers and the exclusionary criteria of who they can and can't take.
Thank you, Director. Let's move back to the light side of the room. Director Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So much of the world, as many of you know, that we live in is in the child welfare world. And in a lot of states, this population is served through the child welfare system, as is ours, but separate from like a juvenile delinquency correctional model. And across the US, we are starting to see investments of the state back into these types of facilities. Now, whether it meets all of these criteria, maybe not, but there was since about 2016 or so, maybe even before that, we've seen a huge decrease in the number of placements overall. And as a result, some states looked at that as an opportunity to either shut down a facility or substantially limit their facility space. And that is starting to pop back up now as a result of these similar situations across the US. So yes, there are these kinds of state-owned facilities that serve this population. To what we're asking in the RFI, that I don't know.
Good question.
Go ahead, Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so it says in the RFI, it's 12 to 17. Is that the age group that we're dealing with?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers, yes, that's the target population.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed. Director Schmidt.
Okay, so back to page 6, the contractor 3.3.5. Contractor shall accept and admit any youth or adolescent referred by the state through internal agency processes. Referrals for admission will be triaged, and once referred, shall be accepted by the contractor for temporary placement and support. And that goes back to the immediate need of having a place where someone can't tell us no. And I do want to say that the reason for no is not nefarious. It's not because there's any grudge against the state, or an unwillingness to serve this population. It really is the provider system that we have in Wyoming isn't necessarily equipped either through physical plant or through staffing to be able to serve these children in this way. And I think I'm sure we'll probably hear comment later, but the partners that we work with on a day-to-day basis have been from the very beginning honest about what it is that prevents them from really doing their job and a good job of being able to serve this population. Speaking back to Director Johansson's point, what we're hoping though is that through the flexibility of the RFI, the choose your own adventure, that there may be some business opportunity for these providers to be able to mix and match in order to provide the whole.
But the reason, Director Schmidt, we have that provision in there is, again, referring back to the conversation on the adult side, there has to be a place for them to go at the end of the day. And we don't have a state hospital. And we're trying to fill that gap. We're trying to solve that problem that, come what may, this is where they can land until more permanent placement is found. And that's, so to your point, it's not nefarious. It's just that our current system has that flaw in it, and we've got to correct it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, correct.
Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so this is 12 to 17. So what happens to the children younger than 12? I mean, obviously these behavior, I mean, it gets worse as far as being able to handle them, but where is the population under 12 at?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers, that's a good question. As far as the system is concerned, we would try to do our best to continue to meet the needs as we do now. But I think you hit on something that's really a kind of an important distinction between the 11 and unders compared to the 12 and olders, and that's the amount of staffing and size of some of those kids that require a lot more one-on-one. So with a smaller child, and certainly we see children with extreme behaviors that are very difficult, but the number of those children are fewer than what you see at that 14, 15, 16-year-old. So we will rely on our system to be able to, whether it's through a BOCES placement or again, lots of wraparound or through educational system, they're just a little bit easier to serve because they're younger and smaller.
Johansson, go ahead.
If I can add to that, Speaker Summers, part of, again, seeing what's out there with an RFI like this is, DFS and staff at the Department of Health, I think, did a good job describing this is the majority of what we see. But as Director Schmidt mentioned, there's cases that fall outside of these demographics that we've listed. So we tried to be clear in the RFI that, proposers or reviewers should look at that. There are crisis cases, ICC cases for kids under 12, and we want folks to be aware of that. So I think that for lack of a better term, the eligibility for a place like this or a facility like this, I don't think would be strict to say it's only 12 to 17-year-olds, but that is to Director Schmidt's point, the majority of cases that we see and really what results, especially in that higher age in the more extreme behaviors and staffing requirements.
Good. Director Schmidt.
Okay, so then going back to the RFI, it's again pretty simple from here on out. It just delineates active engagement treatment. That again is from a stabilization perspective, working to obtain psychiatric and psychological assessments, which is very key. It is extremely difficult to get kids assessed as they're bouncing around, looking at temporary placement to temporary placement as we're trying to find somewhere safe, for example, in a detention facility. Comprehensive medication review. Some of these kids come with very difficult medical needs in terms of psychiatric or behavioral needs. So getting an understanding of that is important. And upon placement, developing an immediate safety crisis response plan. So individualized understanding of the youth that are placed there, understanding what their triggers are and what's going to happen if there's a safety issue that comes up. Room, board, and meals, and sufficient space to ensure safety. And we acknowledge that this is a pretty big wish list. I mean, we understand that we're asking for services that may or may not be available in any environment. But what we're hoping is that anybody who's interested in reviewing this and perhaps submitting some sort of indication of interest, that if there's something that can't be met, what's the backup? What is the alternative? So if space is an issue, for example, if there's a provider that does have physical plant that could take on this population, but there's some limitations on any one of these deliverables, what would that be? Give us something to think about, to challenge what our assumptions are about this, and give us some opportunity to then kind of understand what else is out there. We recognize that we are, except for the boys' school and the girls' school, we are not the direct care providers of these children when they go into a facility. We rely on the expertise of that particular organization and understanding that it's through that organization's lens that they may see opportunity in here that we didn't see or we didn't cover. So I think it's important to note that this is a good place also for a conversation about, well, we can't do this, but here's what we could do instead. Does that kind of fit then the general expectation of what we want to purchase? So moving on, safety, education, policies and procedures to the extent applicable, and case management services. So having a single point of contact, including a case manager, so that we through the ICC aren't having to track down numerous people, but at the same time, our obligation under this facility is that we would do the same. And I just want to really acknowledge and commend the work of the ICC. Manhattan Jelenka is here with us today. She's our DFS person assigned to the ICC. She's a licensed clinician, right? Social worker or counselor. Social worker. And she's been a tremendous help in really trying to formulate exactly what are the needs. She and Stefan staff, Reagan, I think especially, and Department of Ed has had some great representation so that they can immediately start to problem solve. This type of facility then would certainly make their ability to do their jobs even a little bit more efficient. And I would hate to say easier because I don't know if that's possible, but certainly it provides a level of assurance that we're not also dealing with huge safety concerns while we're trying to find an appropriate placement. Something about 3.3.13, which is adhere to all state policies and procedures. This was kind of our wiggle room around licensure. I'm sure that was probably going to be a question that providers will have. What kind of licensure will this type of facility require? And I think that's a conversation we will have to have. We have flexibility under our DFS rules to write emergency rules and then go through a formal rule promulgation process. I think that's probably what we're going to have to do for these services, because under our current licensure scheme, we do not have this type of facility listed. So we would work quickly, of course, and closely to understand what should be the basic requirements of safety, food, shelter, et cetera. Looking closely at our residential treatment center requirements, but understanding those are limited as well, and that we would have to make space for this type of service. And Mr. Chairman, other than agency requirements, that says we will do our best to be good partners as well and provide as much as we can to make the overall facility very successful. I mean, we have a lot to lose in this. So certainly we're going to come to the table being willing to really have some good discussions about what it is that we want to purchase and how. The submission requirements going through the rest are some of the technical things about an RFI. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that's a conversation for this group to have in terms of how formal do we want this process to be. So in the state government world, the executive branch world, when we do a request for information, we follow a very formal process where that proposal is submitted through administration and information, and then it's very much controlled by the protocols and the procedures for procurement. And then there's a formal committee that's put together and reviewed as a precursor to an RFP. So this is the first step in getting to a request for proposal. My experience, and I'm saying this without ANI's blessing, but my experience is that we can do the RFI process pretty informal. And then once we decide that we are going to execute an RFP, then we go to a blackout stage where we don't have any communications with providers, and that's strictly adhered to through ANI. So in terms of the RFI, it can be formal or informal. The RFP will absolutely have to be formal, and I think I would highly recommend that we stay with that because I do think it levels the playing field, which is an important conversation for us to understand and know. So that, Mr. Chairman, is the presentation of the RFI, and I'm sure I left out some important components, but hopefully Dr. Ballard and Director Johansson can fill in those blanks.
Very good. We'll take comments from the committee and then we'll move on to public comment. You brought to mind a phrase that my son-in-law uses a lot. There's a lot to lose, but there's also very much to gain, perhaps more to gain than to lose. And he likes to say, risk it for the biscuit. So we're going to risk it for the biscuit. Committee, any questions, comments, anything you'd like to add to this conversation? Ms. Ballard?
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a really good start, right? I mean, I think the piece I was kind of looking through it again and kind of thinking through some of the pieces, right? And I think the connection to the school district is important. Many of these students, most of these students will have an IEP, will be part of special education. So that connection and making sure that we maintain their IEP and that connection to the school district will be really important because that's a piece we struggle with, right? Is making sure that we maintain that connection with the school district and the different institutions that are working with these students. So making sure we've got that and supporting that for the provider, whoever, like if providers that are working through looking at something like this, right, is making sure that we help support them in making those pieces and helping to make those connections and working with the school districts as well. So that they know what their kind of their roles and responsibilities are with something like this as well.
Marshall?
Thank you. And, just a comment, and I've in side conversations, we've had this, but I've had this, had the idea for quite a while and was never really my original idea, but to have a statewide BOCES that could handle some of these populations and perhaps it incorporates all three current BOCES and we do a half mil tax statewide. And we create some kind of larger group to handle this population wherever the facilities might lie. And, so I guess my request back to Department of Education and to staff is, I am pretty sure there are other statewide BOCES in other states. And so I would be interested in what somebody can find out about statewide BOCES in other states. So that was my request. Thank you.
Ms. Ballard?
Sir, Chairman, Speaker Summers, we will definitely do the research for you on that.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the committee, I'd like to direct your attention also on page 8, where it talks about the submission requirements. There's also some flexibility in here, and we've talked about this over the last couple of years with WISA and some of their groups and how this might possibly look. And if you come down to 2.7, it's the cost breakdown. But then 2.8, it says, there's kind of, does your what's your package looking like? And that's all inclusive. It's the whole enchilada. You're taking care of everything. Point 2 is that they take care of direct care and education and the state provides the facility, or maybe it's in their proposal, yes, direct care only and the state provides the facility and educational services. And so as we talked in our last meeting, we're looking for ideas on how to solve the problem. And it doesn't necessarily be third party to the state. And it doesn't necessarily have to be all that the state provides. And so there are those options kind of built into this RFI as well, and just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention. And then, Mr. Chairman, what we, as I mentioned earlier, as we get done with this with the committee, is we sent this information out to associations, and we just as we go into public comment, we're hoping that as they have had a chance to look this over, that maybe their insight and comments will help us to refine this a little bit more. And then I think the question back to this group then would, does it seem reasonable if, as we accommodate the final product, to then send it out, right? And so once it's sent out, Director Schmidt, I think this is going to fall into your agency's lap. What is that, like a 90-day turnaround? What is that?
Director.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I think 90 days would be sufficient. I think that might be a question to perhaps public comment if there's maybe some insight on that. Since this is being discussed now and it's going to take a bit before we get to a formal process, we have the time between now for folks to really start thinking about what that would be. And so I would say with that, 90 days would be enough, but it is a challenge. If there hasn't been any thinking done up to this point, facility location is going to be a tricky one, and then staffing and what type of staffing would need to be available in what location. And I think that's going to be, once we see if there is any interest or request for information and the cost proposals, I think we're going to have a serious discussion about what's the next step. Does it go to RFP? Because if it's so incredibly cost prohibitive and not possible, then what? And I think that's more of the conversation. So I want to give due diligence to be able to put together a pretty solid sense, because the responses to the RFI are going to be a huge determiner of then what.
Follow up, Mr. Co-Chair.
In committee, so then as we end the public comment on this RFI, we're going to throw out and then what, a plan B. So if it's cost prohibitive or there's just no appetite on the RFI, then as we need to move forward with something, and Director Johansson will talk about plan B.
Pretty good. Further follow-up questions, discussion. I'm hearing nothing from our online folks today, and I can't see their faces at the moment. So I'm relying on Katie to let me know if they have something to say. Further discussion committee. With that committee, let's move on to public comment. And I know that in both of these topics today, we're going to hear some significant public comments. So public in the room first, if anyone wishes to speak to this topic, got great ideas, great plans, great answers, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Chairman, committee, I'm Bruce Berkland. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Youth Service Association. I wish I had great detail and great answers. Unfortunately, I don't. But reviewed the RFI and gotten responses from members. And I sent it went out to all the group homes and RTCs in the PRTF in our agents in our association. I can't clearly say that there's anybody who sounded real enthusiastic about responding. At the same time, I would say that I don't think that's necessarily closed out. I think there has been and continues to be some lack of clarity, at least on our minds, of what is really wanted or desired. I think hearing from Director Schmidt today helped clarify a number of those things, of the emphasis around the question kind of having been from once, are we looking for holding of keeping kids safe, or are we looking for treatment? I was clarified more for the holding so that they can get somewhere. The type of facility, staffing, programming needed for one of those two things would vary quite a bit. We tend to think as an association on therapy and treatment. And so I think most of the thought from members has gone into that area and how you would do that. So I think that has maybe made things more difficult in terms of thinking of answers. This clarification, I'd say would help. I think regardless of what it is for this population, that we think the difficulty in terms of keeping everybody safe. There's varying levels of violence and instability, and having people stabilized you have male, female, variety of ages, and all that requires. One, it makes a high degree of liability, which all providers are very worried about that degree of liability. Just having heard mentioned the state hospital ran into trouble with liability. A private provider is looking at a greater risk in a lot of ways. So that's a significant issue. Both in terms of just safety, both for the agency around liability, but safety for staff and for the students. It seems you either need to have a number of small units, which would be, I think, the way generally we've been thinking of in terms of treatment more. And small units, we mean like 3 or 4 students to a unit, in living unit, and that you would have multiple ones of those, which provides the opportunity. These youth, one of the common factors for most of them too is that they're hypervigilant. They have had a great deal of trauma generally in their life, if nothing else, from having moved from a variety of institution to place, and probably lifelong starting before that. So they're hypervigilant. They easily become overstimulated by too many people, too much activity. And so reducing the number of people around and activities would help greatly with that, and keeping them more stable and being able to work with them and keep everybody safer and more productive. So small units number, it also has an advantage in terms of you have places for if you have a young child or if you have male, different, multiple genders, you'd run into some issue, as was mentioned by Director Johansson, that if you had one female, that would close down that unit. And so males, you would cut down on a number of males you could take, but it would still be, I think, advantageous both in terms of stabilization and safety for everybody. The other option is a more secure, probably more what I would just label a more institutional type setting. And if the primary purpose is for holding and providing safety, that might be more the way you would go. They would probably take somewhat less staffing. The small units would require significant staffing for each unit, and it would be more open. So that might, but in either case, you still are going to have a great deal of, you're going to have a number of staffing to meet all the needs, both for clinically and to doing the evaluation and the supervision, and for the, but primarily in terms of direct care staff, you need really, you think, to have one-on-one staffing at all times. One-on-one being a staff person for each student. It's not, sometimes I've seen people say, well, we've got 2-to-1 staffing, but they're counting everybody on campus and dividing by the number of students. And we're talking about directly involved, that you have a staff person, which the student at all times, which is a problem in terms of we're having difficulty staffing programs now to add more severe and more intense programming, and then finding the staffing would be difficult. So that's an issue. I would say, so I think in general, those are my comments. I had some specific other comments about the RF. Which I've given Director Schmidt, which we can talk about more individually. One of the things that was important that I did here that I had in the comments too, that I thought was important, in the came under 2.51 under the submissions, and that was, it says a firm bid on RFP for all listed services. I understand, and I was saying, can there be flexibility on that? If you say you don't give the option, we understand the need for having the backup facility, then that's what you're looking for, is that you can't say no to taking a kid. But are there other pieces that are options to be talked about? And I think I heard Director Schmidt say that it would be a possibility. So I might look at changing the RFP or clarifying that more in the RFI. I mean, in the RFI about that. There isn't an option about that, but if you're taking everybody, what parts can you fulfill or not fulfill on these other things, and that to see what, and I would urge our providers then to respond more, so you would get more direct information from each facility of what seems feasible or not feasible. If they're willing to make the obligation and have the facility to take any, all students that are referred.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Berkland. Just a couple of questions. First of all, your point is really well taken on. I think we all understand the challenge here of having specificity of, if I'm a provider, I'm operating a business, I would struggle too. Well, what's it going to look like? Who's it going to be? And that's the inherent challenge here, is we don't always know. So, you see 6 kind of predominant diagnoses that we see in this population on page 4, 9 sort of behavioral issues that we're really have seen over the past several years in this population, also on page 4. I don't know, maybe it's not so much of a question as a lamentation here, but I don't know how to get more prescriptive because of the reactive nature of this population and or our work with this population and what we're looking for. So question number 1 is really on page 4 for your members. Is that enough clarity to say, okay, we could build some sort of a proposal or at least information and coming back in the RFI around the population and the diagnoses that are and behaviors that are mentioned there. And it leads to my second question, which again, your point was really well taken, where we tried to be clear in the language that it's probably an up to 15 beds, not this requirement would be we need a 15-bed facility. And the reason for that, just thinking in the dismal science of economics here, we all understand the state we live in, large geography, small population. At least from my perspective, that's the discussion we had in the first meeting, is if there's a provider that says, hey, I've got 3 beds or a facility, a unit in a facility that could be converted for this, and here would be the physical plant cost, et cetera, but we can't do 15, we can do 3. That's certainly of interest on my end. I see Director Schmidt and Dr. Ballard nodding their head as well, where again, kind of a modularized or componentized RFI here was the goal, because I think ideally, if we saw great response on the RFI, but it was, pockets all over the state where here we could do 5 beds in Casper, and we could do 2 beds in Cody, and we could do, that is of great interest to me, just given the reality and what we know about the state. Also knowing that capital construction is tough and time consuming. So if there are, spaces available now that could be suitable for a temporary, holding facility. And I'll also mention part of the general nature of the RFI is if so I think some treatment and treatment focus is absolutely crucial if it can be provided. The reason we didn't really specify that is because of what we've seen in some of the really extreme cases where long-term, what we're looking for is specialized care that just doesn't exist here through no fault of anybody. And that's where, your out-of-state facilities and your specialized providers come into play. But long-winded question, but it kind of twofold. Is there just not enough clarity here on the diagnoses and the behaviors? And then secondly, would there be interest among, or potential interest among your members if, there was a kind of a highlighting of that up to 15 beds, but not required?
Director, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Director Johansson, I think in terms of the clarity of the type of youth, I think there's probably enough there based on many of these youth, many of those 15, say, have already been in our facilities. And so the providers have had experience or have pretty good idea of who the youth are and what those issues are. And I would just mention one of the things, I think for the last meeting, the Chairman Larson, we submitted a letter of how members felt what some changes could be made so that the number of hard to place, difficult youth could be served more, that they could have stayed in those programs where they were if a few things were more in order or were a little different. So I think that would be an important piece that I think is still very viable, is that yeah, that there wouldn't necessarily be as many of these youth if we could make a few changes back at the RTC and PRTF level. One of those being that we need to have the staff at our present programs in order to take on and keep these youth. So one, I think we have a pretty good idea who the youth are. The piece of doing pockets, I think might be helpful. I think that would help in terms of, be beneficial in what I was talking about, the living units being smaller. I think you've kind of spread out your staffing problems, which is a plus and a minus. There's probably only, there's more places across the state where it's harder to find staff. There's a few where our prison programs are finding staff. There's nowhere, I would say though, at all places, staff turnover is higher than it's ever been. So it's harder to, even in places that have full staffing right now, they're not being able to keep staff as long. Which then creates, that makes your programming much more difficult. So I'm not sure if that answered, but. Yeah.
Committee for the questions. Go ahead, Representative Swanson.
And I guess I'm sorry to be a little bit blunt, but if I could, I think we all understand the problem, the issues and facilities and insurance. What at least I think I'm after is the problem's not going away. We'd really like it solved. The overall question is, with some parameters on this RFP, RFI, number of kids, insurance, staffing, do you believe you have some facilities in the state that low levels with appropriate staffing are going to respond to the RFP and say, hey, this is what it would cost. What do you think, state? Because the last thing I think any of us want to do is be here in 4 months. No, we go through this process. Nobody applies. And we're here in November saying, hey, we had all year to deal with this. And now we have to emergency do a step B and I don't know how to a wing to the state hospital. So I guess the overall question, if you could just give me, it's strongly likely that under some parameters, one of your members somewhere in the state, I don't need to know who, is likely going to say, yeah, we can probably take 5 or 10 based on some higher pay and we might have to retrofit a facility. Or I've talked to my members and it just right now it's too unknown. It's not looking like you're going to get any responses. If you could maybe just at least make me feel better that we're going to get something so we can move the ball down the field, or say maybe sort of probably, but it's not super likely. And then we can go to plan B now and save everybody 4 months and get some kids where they need to be. I know I'm asking your personal thoughts and that's for everybody else behind you that's going to come up. But I think we all get the problem and we all know the issues. Do you think someone's going to jump on it or not?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer, I'll look for the people behind me to answer, as you said. And the situation, I'd say, from the responses I've got, I don't hear anybody saying that they're jumping out at that. I think with some clarification that we've had today, I think that increases the odds of getting some response. And hopefully people today can answer more definitively. From the people I've talked to, there wasn't a great deal of interest at the present time.
Go ahead, Representative Sauer.
And thanks for coming. A tough topic. I think I think Co-Chair Larson mentioned that one piece in the RFI that really talks about the facilities. So maybe as you go back to your members, think about if the state had the facility, for example, could you provide the programmatic piece? And so you would provide an RFI on the programmatic, the ability to evaluate, care for, that sort of thing. Obviously, that doesn't, you still got to have employees, right? That's a tough deal, but let's, set the facility thing aside even and think about it in broader terms. I think people need to open their mind of solving this problem and see if that's possible.
Mr. Chairman, yes, we'll make sure that's clear.
Okay, further questions, committee? None online. I don't see big yellow hands. Thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate you being here. Other members who are behind him, somebody else wish to jump up? Go ahead and introduce yourself and welcome to the task force. There are 3 chairs up there. Don't be shy.
Morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tammy Cooley, and I'm here as a provider in the community. And also I was the former senior director of the care management entity. So I worked very closely with Department of Health, and Department of Family Services. Very passionate about the work that's happening in our communities. And I felt like it was really important to be here, not only as a professional, but also as a parent, to speak to something that Director Schmidt said. We're looking for the system to do something that would be acceptable to how we want our own children to be cared for. And there are significant gaps. And it's not with a lack of heart or really smart people and caring people thinking about how to fill these gaps. But I've been part of meetings like this for about the past 12 years. And in every single conversation, what fails to come to the conversation about how do we care for adolescents or children or adults is the family system component. So when we're looking at placing kids outside of their home in more restrictive settings and what their needs are from a clinical perspective, those things are important and I don't want to discount them. There are extreme cases where it is in the child's best interest to be in a higher level of care and receiving that clinical treatment. But for the most part, what the research shows across the board, which is why it's included in legislature and rules for least restrictive setting, is that children do better when they can stay in their community and with their families of origin. So when that's not possible, and we're talking about very challenging behaviors with mental health, and we're treating children and adolescents like criminals because of something they cannot control. And our system doesn't address that. We talk about holding facilities. We talk about placing kids in detention for safety, but we are not talking about what their basic needs are from an emotional perspective. And as a parent, I think about that. What would I want from my own child? Do I want them to be treated like a criminal? I've had that experience, and I will tell you it is not pleasant. And being part of the system and someone that's responsible to create policy to help other families in the community, I feel like it's really important to be having these conversations to include those and what's important for solving the problem, because we're all type of facility, what type of clinical need, that is temporary. What happens when they go home? And we haven't taught their families how to deal with the diagnosis. That's not going to go away when they leave the hospital, right? There's no magic pill that somebody's going to swallow and suddenly get better. They're still going to have to deal with whatever dysfunction is happening in that setting to create the need for them to leave in the first place. And we don't talk about that enough. So the system has done a very good job, and Director Hansen can speak to the outcomes for the things that the care management entity has done with wraparound, for example, which is one. Very passionate about that work, but it's a gap. And I don't know that everybody really understands what happens at that level, because we have high level of care, you've got PRTF, residential treatment facilities. Out of state, we've got some in state, but we are and can be there for 30 days because there's nowhere for them to be placed and they can't go home. We have extreme cases of parents who are so frustrated and overwhelmed because they do not know how to deal with the behavior of their children, willing to give them away, having conversations with providers like me saying, I don't want my child anymore. I can't do this. Give them back, right? You hear stories like that coming from the foster system. And so I think conversation that needs to be had and part of any RFP that needs to go out to address this problem also needs to look at the community level. It's not only about stabilizing and taking them out of their community or away from their family, but it's also about teaching that family how to function with what they've been given, because not everybody can do that. Not everybody has supportive, loving, nurturing families where they can learn, to work and grow together. And so we don't have a whole lot of that middle ground happening in the community. So you've got programs like High Fidelity Wraparound who are working very hard to fill a gap. These are lay people. These are people like me, moms and dads and grandparents and retired school teachers and nurses and very, very smart, willing, passionate people. But they're not mental health professionals for the most part. They're not doctors. They're not nurses. They can't cover that clinical need. And so you've got people working to try and collaborate with those people in their communities. Sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're willing to be part of that process and sometimes they're not. But the majority of that really hard work about how do we make this work when they come home or when they can't find a placement falls to that High Fidelity Wraparound team and the family themselves. And they're scrambling for education, or they're scrambling for resources, or they're scrambling for help. And from my experience, those are the providers who have not had the pleasure of a rate increase in over a decade. We're still paying them the same rate that they've made 12 years ago when I started. And they don't have advocacy on that level of, hey, this is really important and we need to be paying attention to this. Because the day-to-day, when they're not in the office of the mental health professional or they're not at the hospital, they are with their teachers or their moms and dads or their siblings. And those are the people that are dealing with the challenging behaviors. And there's not enough support for them. So I just wanted to come and speak to the piece that the family system part should probably be included in any solution where children and adolescents are being spoken about, because if we don't address that in their community in a least restrictive setting and have some flexibility for people to be able to address those types of crises immediately, then we're always going to have this problem. It's always going to be about where are we going to put them and not how are we going to care for these children as we would our own family. And I think that that's really important. And I really appreciate you highlighting that because it's a piece that's left out a lot.
Appreciate you bringing a perspective. The committee appreciates the perspective of the families as well as not just the adolescents, but the recognition that this involves more than just the adolescents, that it involves a family, it involves classmates, it involves friends. And if we're ever to solve the problem and it involves just more than one person, I appreciate that person. I know the committee appreciates that. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Tammy, thank you for coming to visit with us. I think it's an important voice to have and really makes you stop and pause. My question specifically for you is that we certainly the Department of Family Services, our mantra is safe at home. We really want children to be safe at home. And so what my hope is that when a child is at this level, all other community options have been exhausted. Whether that happens in practice, I don't know, but truly that's what we try to push for. But when you say family voice and you talk about bringing that perspective into the RFP, how would we do that? Because this is kind of a temporary, hopefully temporary placement to get treatment needs met. that may be back in the community and
Mhm.
that would be the preference, but it also may be a very high level of specialized care that's just not even available. So what would you say would need to be included in order for that conversation to be had?
I think.
Tammy, go ahead, address the chair if you would. please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and Director Schmidt, I think that, at the very basic level, when you're talking about having to stabilize and out of the home, there absolutely needs to be that component of transition and people included in those conversations and making sure that the family or the guardians or the people who are going to be responsible for taking care of them when they're back home are included in those conversations on the front end and not just the day before or the week before they're discharged, right? Like they're fully part of the process and understanding and being able to connect them to here's what happens next, or here's what we think, would be beneficial. So if they're in a stabilization for 2 weeks or 30 days, that the family's also being engaged and educated and helped in the way to understand that whatever's happening right now is not the end all be all. It's not the fix. And it's not the thing that is going to make their problem go away, right? They need some additional support in that time. And part of what is happening with the current system, with the Children's Mental Health Waiver, for example, and the funding for high fidelity wraparound, is that program is not, and it is in the rule, it is not urgent or emergent, right? And so when families are facing a crisis, it is very, I promise you, it is very urgent and emergent to them. And they don't have access through that specific program to that type of support. So it always feels like it's a hurry up and wait. It's an emergency for them, but for a provider, we can't treat it that way. And so that's part of that gap. There needs to be flexibility in the funding to be able to allow for payment for providers so that they are not providing these services for free. And I can tell you that's the other piece of this, is that nobody's coming out and saying, hey, we want you to do this for free. But that is exactly what's happening, because when a family comes to you as a provider and you've already built that rapport and that engagement with them through the wraparound process, as an example, now they're saying, I don't know what to do. And they're coming to me as a provider and I'm saying, I can't just leave you out in the wind. Here are some options, but it's not billable time. It isn't something that I can recoup. And so there's a lot of pro bono that's happening out there. And that doesn't even touch the risk that providers, wraparound providers specifically, are taking on. And I mean, we can specifically tell you a story about that risk and what those consequences are when you walk into a family's home to intervene in a crisis. But there's no additional support. So I think, to answer your question, when they're at that most extreme level, there needs to be family at the table and highly involved in that process, and not just, from a clinical perspective, but more from also mentoring and education and helping them to understand what needs to happen. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Co-Chair. Oh, he's on hold. Any further questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Pass the mic. Go ahead and introduce yourself, ma'am.
My name is also Tammy. That's odd, I know. I'm Tammy Miller, and so I actually don't know how to address you guys. So just chairman and committee. Yeah.
Chairman, you were correct.
Okay, so I looked at the RFI as a for-profit provider. And when I looked at the request, my immediate reaction was panic. I'm interested in this work. I've been doing it for 23 years as a clinician. So I've got psychology, I've got mental health. I'm a licensed professional counselor. I've done this work for lots and lots of years. And it's interesting. And I won't be providing information because of the scope of it. From an individual practitioner point, the part that's the hiccup is there's not a lot of flexibility in how the current system is done. So when we talk about it from the provider perspective, at least my provider perspective, I can't speak for the people behind me. There's really, you're asking us to come together as a collaborative group. You know, I mean, I think we've got some really great community stuff going on. So like you've got USI who does really great with our homelessness youth, and you've got, you know, people out in the school system, and they do really great from the scope within the legal confines of the school. And you have providers, and we show up every day, and man, we really want to help. But what happens is, I will give you an example. Have a kid come in. He is coming in from out of state. It's an adoptive family. The huge behavior risk comes up. They have private insurance. There are only 4 mental health things that can happen in a year for private insurance. It is crisis. The family is literally looking at me as the counselor and saying, I'm going to give this kid back. They called to DFS. DFS is like, whoa, you can't just give kids back, right? That's not how this works. But there's not so there's a Part C waiver, and Part C waiver says that, you know, if they have private insurance, but they have these mental health needs and they have the evaluation, that then they can get Medicaid funding. But that's a 68-week gap. And so in this crisis, this moment that happens, you're waiting for Part C funds to come through for this program to work. And in that time, the family is 6 to 8 weeks in crisis. And those of us who are providers, I will tell you, I mean, I'm probably not supposed to say this, but I worked for free for 6 to 8 weeks because that kid couldn't just be given back. And that kid now, with some help, is in home. And we did enact services and we did those things. But to do that on a large scale scope, I mean, I think that they're looking at bigger issues than just, is there a facility? I mean, I think that you've got some providers out here that are doing our best. But when we come to those bigger tables, we are just told that's the way that it is. And you have to have a request for authorization, and there's no flexibility in how that works for your high level crisis kids. And that, from a provider standpoint, makes it very challenging to do my job, or the job that you're asking me to come up with ideas for how to solve, because I can't solve those issues, right? I can put the people in place. I can say, hey, have you thought about collaborating between USI and our urgent mental health care and our provider over here? Man, they're really great at this, and put all of us together and put us all at one table. But we're handicapped because of the system in which we're being asked to kind of make that decision. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, and I don't know anything about this space really, but I really appreciate all you folks do. So what I'm hearing, and I've, you know, heard it more than once, is we need to really take a hard look at our, what I would call our wraparound services, right? Because you're not an institutional piece. You're helping in the home, you're helping those.
Well, so wraparound helps within the home, and we do that also. But also what happens is that they come to us. So they walk through our door for mental health thinking that that's what's going to be the thing, because it is so difficult to get to those higher levels of care. I mean, the amount of just sheer work it takes to get a kid into that level of care. And so there are times I will see a client in my office as a community care person. I've got people that I see 3 times a week that really is intensive outpatients, but there is not that in our system. So, you know, we have this low level of care. We have a little bit at the middle level, and then we want to skip up to this high level, but it's really hard to get to that high level. And so those of us down here at the community level who are providing that first tier, sometimes we step in 2, 3, 4 times a week to keep a family at this low crisis level so that they don't got to make it because they can't make it to that level. But then it's really hard because as we start to put in our prior auths and those kind of things, we run into words like, is that medically necessary? Well, it's medically necessary when they're in crisis and I'm trying to knock out PTRF, but then I'm getting the blowback from any of the funding sources because I want to see a kid 3 times a week and I'm being told that it's not medically necessary, or I fall into a lag because now the pre-authors run out. And so I don't get paid for the last 4 weeks because these weeks have got to come up. I mean, you have bigger issues from a provider standpoint where I can't just every day come to work and work for free, even though I care deeply about the population. Does that make?
Yeah, I think
Thank you.
still,
Albert, just a quick one though. I just want to remind those who present as well as the folks up here, communications need to go through the chair,
I'm
Representative.
sorry, I
Yeah,
am
no, you're
so
fine.
bad at
It's a new
policy.
environment. It's a new world and I understand, but
Mr. Chair,
that provides a clear path. Go ahead, Representative Severs.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so I still would consider this a wraparound service in that maybe you're not being funded. So that's, but if we can utilize you and we still keep that kid at home and functional, then it's not going to a facility. And that's what I would consider kind of wraparound. I'd be interested in Director Schmidt's comments on this. But I think it looks like we need to look at the larger system as well. And I'm sure we are, but I do appreciate your comments and thanks for doing what you do. We need to figure out a way to make sure you get paid for what you do too.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So committee, I think we have to be careful that we don't get off in the weeds. And I agree with these ladies, Tammy and Tammy, that in the whole system, there's plenty of places to improve. And we work on that year round. There's some real problems with wraparound services right now in the state. They're not everywhere. They're just a few places. We've been expecting to expand. We've been told they'll expand, but they don't. And so that's something that we can work on, and we can do that. This that we're trying to solve right now is just this one component in this whole system that we have this population at any one time that nobody is willing or can take care of. And can we divert some of that? Sure. Can we do some of this other stuff? Sure. But nonetheless, we don't have a policy in place or anything in place to address this. And that's really what we're trying to, this RFI is going out. This RFI is not, we aren't expecting everybody to respond to. Those that are interested, we want to hear from. But let's not lose track of this component that we're doing on it. Doesn't expand to the wider, broader conversation on providing services to adolescents with behavioral needs.
So, Mr. Chairman, to speak directly to that, that is actually the reason I'm here, is because I was highly interested in providing for the RFI. And I think that the clarification to answer your specific question and address what you just said is that I think that the challenge from those of us who are not in the association, that we see the RFI come out, and do we have ideas? I think some clarification around how that collaboration could work between your providers would give you more power. So instead of it being, can this one person do it or this one group do it? I mean, we've got some pretty great providers statewide that if you opened it up and said, hey, how can we brainchild that from a provider perspective, you would probably get some more response than it feeling as though I, Tammy Miller, need to come up with a way to come up with X, Y, and Z. I think that if you were to put together, like, again, you've got a huge powerhouse at USI who they've figured this out in a little bit of a way, right? Where they're providing some stuff for homeless youth. And we have some really great, intelligent people in the school district, and IEPs is what they do. And so if you bring it down from this level to your provider level, put a task force together of those of us who are out here on the street doing the job, and let us brainstorm and come back to you and say, hey, have you looked at it this way? Because we're the ones out here doing it. And so it's a little bit, I wonder if that would help if you opened it up and said, hey, who's interested at this level, not this level? Come down here and ask us, hey, what would happen if we put this group of people and these people that are passionate about this work? Would you guys get further in terms of getting the information you need? To just directly answer your question.
Thank you. And Ms. Miller, thank you. That really helps clarify a lot. But I would just share with you that these conversations to that level that you're talking about have been going on now for 2-3 years, and which has led to this conversation today. I can't explain why you weren't involved or what, but we reached out to those service providers that we use now, we've had phone calls, we've had a lot of conversations. So this effort hasn't been to initially step over, let's not step over a dollar to save a dime, right?
Right, yeah.
And so, but the conversation has always come back to this group that in our current system just cannot take care of. And so this task force this is one of the things that we're really focusing on, but to respond to your point that we need to bring it down to this lower level, I would say that it's been there for a couple of 3 years and has developed to get to this level.
Well, that's promising to know. I have not seen that from my purview.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very well. I see we got 1 second. If you would, Director Franz has his hands up online. If we can bring him in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Franz Fuchs, Policy Analyst, Department of Health. I just have a question for Tammy and Tammy. So what I'm hearing is, I guess when I'm confused is what is stopping you from getting together with other providers and responding to the RFI? There's nothing in the RFI that prohibits a multiple consortium of providers from bidding on this, right? Or having any limit to whatever you're bidding. We just kind of want to know here, we set out our requirements in the RFI. Here's what the state needs. And now we're asking the private sector, what is your response? Who's going to step up to the bat, and what is it going to take as far as money? You mentioned a lot of, uncompensated care that you do. You mentioned a lot of rules and regulations, but that could all be built into your bid, right? I mean, so I guess my question is, what is the barrier for your organization to collaborate with other organizations and bid on this, or at least provide information on this RFI? Thanks.
Either who wants to respond?
Did I say Mr. Chairman and Mr.
Franz Fuchs.
Franz Hughes? Actually nothing. And I think it is being able to step away and listen to what has been said today and reconceptualize that for what it works for individually for us. But you're absolutely right, nothing.
Good. Further questions, committee? Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, just to add to what Franz mentioned, because it was actually my question as well. We think alike, unfortunately. But for the two Tammys, I'm glad to hear that. And I hope what you're hearing, at least from my perspective, is, we don't know what we don't know. We work with providers on a daily basis. We know the systems, but this problem has been so protracted over the years. And as Chairman Larson mentioned, getting us to this point of taking a component of the system and saying we'd all love to solve it all. Yeah. But we are dealing every day, every week, every month between multiple agencies on this population. So would just encourage, the creative thinking, like you're mentioning about with some of the context you've heard today, that it really is, from my perspective, tell us what we don't know. What would it take to, if it's one of these kids, or if it's 15, what would it take in a pocket of the state to come together and say, okay, state, here's the number of beds we could do. Here's what it would take in finances, and here's what it would take in some sort of regulatory change, because we're open to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Johansson.
Very good. Further questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you, Tammy and Tammy, for presenting today. We appreciate you coming down, and you've learned a new process. The seats are warm. Next up, go ahead. Welcome. Good to see you.
My name is Dan Mayer, and I'm the Executive Director for BOCES 5, located in Wilson, Wyoming. Most of you will recognize I'm here on behalf of Seabar View Residential Program. That's one of our facilities, and we have several day schools throughout the state that serve this population. And so there were some questions ahead of that were asked that I would like to respond to, just that it might differ from some of the presenters. Chairman, if you don't mind, Director Johansson. I think the list, we didn't have a lot of concern of how you identified the population. We feel like that was an adequate description. We didn't run into, I think I understand the need of being overly general, because that is a dynamic group, that the kids we've seen that through our years, that the students we served 10 years ago have looked a little bit different, as we go forward. I'll get right to the point. I know the question that you're asking. So from a BOCES perspective, would we do the RFI? And as it sits now, the answer would be no. And the reason is, there's a couple reasons why that is. The number one reason is that I represent 13 member school districts. And so for me to sit here and say we would do this or we would do that, I am not. I am ran by a board of directors. We have to go in and we have to take a look at that work. And in the past, that hasn't really been our charter, even though we have a short history. When we were first enacted in the 60s and throughout the 70s, we were serving handicapped kids throughout the states for schools, you know, because of public law 94-142 that required special ed services to be provided. Districts didn't have services for these handicapped kids, so we would residentially place those kids. Through the years, that's changed. Districts have done a remarkable job of serving many of these students now within the confines of the school district. But yet we have this. So through the time, we started picking up more DFS placements through courts, because the courts, thank goodness, recognize that this is more disability than it is really juvenile delinquents. And because we had historically served that population, that's how we became more affiliated with Department of Family Services and Department of Health, from what I understand, in the late 90s. And now fast forward today, you know, our placements make up a handful. I think it's 50. It varies, but we have that number through time. But to one of the concerns as I go across, we've ran into and finding funding for our facilities is that our member districts aren't always our major users of our services. We have half of our population just at our residential program, not non-members. Half of those students are DFS non-members. So when we're going and requesting MIL funds from a district who has not placed at our facility, it's a hard pill for them to swallow. And understanding how that is. Now, they may have a student, I've explained, you may have a student in another BOCES or another facility, so we can't maybe look at it that way. So I think some of those conversations that we're having locally about how we're funded and our fees and who pays what would make that uncertainty, because they're really seeing the member benefit, right? That's how we were. We have 13 members, you know, Northwest BOCES has 18. And then new BOCES, I believe, have 11. That should equal somewhere near 48, because we have 48 school district. And I think there are some districts who aren't really affiliated with any of the BOCES. And so when we're chartered to serve this high needs special ed population, which a lot of these students I read in here, we have served. It's not an uncommon clientele for us. So we serve a lot of these students already. So if my board would say, Dan, do whatever you like, which they won't, but if they did, why would I still have hesitation about making a request? And I think just listening has helped me answer some of those, but I may offer, and I think there's been already some answers, but I think it might be, and some of the previous commenters, I agree with them. And so I may just summarize it. There's just an increasing number of students who are requiring this. That it's a growing population. And I think we have to find, you know, multiple means of thinking outside the box. I think the BOCES have really started. We've expanded a lot of day schools. I hear new Gillette BOCES is creating 2 more day schools. So soon we're going to have 3 residential programs and possibly up to 10 to 12 day schools, which speaks to providing services within the community, right? They may be able to keep kids safe in home, but maybe having a different school environment where some tensions can come in might mitigate the need for a residential placement. I can tell you that was the main reason we started creating day schools, is because we had many students placed that we felt like could be served, but the school just was not the right place, nor was a community center. And so could a school that could take a more difficult student during the day hours help keep those behaviors low, so we're not creating friction in the home, because we're giving multiple phone calls saying, hey, Johnny was misbehaving. Hey, Johnny was misbehaving. Hey, Johnny's getting expelled. So we feel like that has worked, and that population has grown, and that service has, and working in that way. So that's a way to be able to maybe get that growing population. The guaranteed funding, you know, when we work in this population, we are we're in this quasi business world where we have member districts, but we have 10% of our costs of the mill funds we receive, and not everybody contributes. The other 80% of our funds are fees. So we have to charge like a business to be able to make those costs for everything that we do. We don't receive any other funds. So 80% is fees, you know, and 12% is mill funds, and we receive some grants, but they're flow through, and I don't want to get down that path. I met with Director Johansson and Director Schmidt about 1.5 years ago, and we ran some preliminary numbers because I asked our team, these students were not able to serve, what would we need to do to serve them? And so we threw everything, the kitchen sink at them, and we came up with a number based upon that with 18 students, 3 pods is what we called it. And that number was like $450,000 that it would cost a year to be able to provide. And we compared it to the RFI, and we were pretty similar on those things. So I think that's a number. I asked several people, can I say that number publicly? And be somewhere. Now, remember, that was 1.5 years ago. We haven't crosswalked at that specifically, but we did a pretty thorough analysis of what, including those special ed services and those other amounts that were there. Funding guarantees 3 to 5 years from now. What happens if we only have 10 students? Is the funding guaranteed? That's always the concern. Lack of physical facilities for housing students safely. It's not that we don't have physical spaces, but it costs a lot of money to retrofit these facilities to do the work that you're doing. And we've gone to some state-of-the-art facilities, and I can tell you, my facilities are not state-of-the-art to do the work. And again, with the concerns of funding for facilities, so really retrofitting and finding the funding to be able to create the right environment for these students. I don't know if that's necessarily in this RFI to be able to submit that. Fourth, trained staff. That goes back to the question of if we don't have the maximum capacity, which I don't know if that would be a reality. Wouldn't that be a great thing, right? We would have that. I only have 12. What do we do? But DFS and Department of Health will realize it takes 2 weeks at least, sometimes longer, to get variances to hire staff. And the training that goes in for seclusion and restraint to do the work that we do is intensive. And again, it's about not just finding high quality staff and finding people, but training them to do the work, because this is a different work, and it takes a special person to be able to do this. You know, oftentimes, if you hear me describe this, we've had 5-person restraints with some of these larger adolescent males. It's a reality. We don't want to do that. We think we want to get the hands off, but when we have to use those techniques, it can be intense. And again, safety is at the utmost importance for a lot of various reasons. And staff, I don't know if anybody said, makes up 85 to 90% of our costs right now. So when we talk about all of this, 85 to 90% of my costs right now are my staff. That's our number one resource for this population, because it's a relationship-based type of service that we provide when these kids come to us, and they need specialized training. Most people do not come in equipped to handle and serve these students. And then what was already spoken to, I'm not gonna hammer the point home, but the coordinated system at the state level. When you're working amongst IDEA and all these regulations, we do need to crosswalk. And I'll give an example: seclusion and restraint. DFS has seclusion and restraint, and so does the Department of Education. And I don't know if they generally work. I mean, I don't know if they contradict each other, I guess, to some degree. And who do we follow? We follow DFS regs, we follow WDE rules, we have to follow Department of Health. I think that's where sometimes, and then the payee system, in that, depending on if they have multiple entities involved with them, it becomes who pays what. And a lot of times they have but that's also an opportunity. There's an opportunity for other funding mechanisms that we may not have thought of to help offset some of these costs that it would provide. I have proposal questions that lead back into some of those comments. But for us, it's really comes down to the guaranteed funding because that's been a struggle in the past of working with this high needs population. And really targeting, you know, what's the expected outcomes? That was an outcomes in the proposal question is, what is the outcome? What's the clear outcome? And who's going to set that? And who determines that? I can go through some of those proposal questions. There's like, would that be helpful that I have, or should I just submit them to get into that?
Go ahead and if you submit those to LSO and they can distribute them.
They
to
can
us.
distribute and see those, but there's some specific questions. And it leads into, there's fixed costs. The question I summarize in some of these, are you paying the whole cost for these students? Because currently in the system that we work with, we don't feel like those whole costs are always paid, and we're always struggling to meet those whole costs. And this isn't even for this level of student. And so that would be our apprehension. I feel better about some of those responses by hearing those comments today, but I didn't hear those comments before I made my comments. So.
Right, yeah, if you just put those together and give those to the LSO, then they'll distribute them to the committee. Mr. Co-Chair has a question.
Thanks, Stan, and really appreciate the work you guys do, and we depend on you a lot. Appreciate the work you do in Hudson. Mr. Lawrence is here with you today, and all around good guy. We're glad you got him back, and glad to have him back in our community. As I listened and tried to track your comments, it's the one thing that you never do is say we can eliminate this population. We can take care of them, and you'll never have this group that will be out there. You says we can eliminate the number of contributing to this population. You brought up that, you know, that this population is growing, and, you know, we can do day schools, we can do this, but you never say we can eliminate. And that's the point. That, you know, and I know you guys are getting tired of me saying this, but that's the point. Who takes care of that population? Okay. And so when you bring up these, and I think good speaker and you and your comments on BOCES and the structure of the BOCES mill, I think that's a great conversation that we need to have. But when you bring up these concerns on funding, operational costs, plant model, propose cost estimates, put all of that in there. That we haven't put any restrictions on the cost estimates. We want to know what it would take for you in the scope. And so when you say you're hesitant because we don't know about funding, or we don't know if this is going to be appropriate, well, neither do we until you submit it. And so the hesitation on, you know, what the hesitation is, you just can't take care of these kids. Fine. Fine. But if it comes down, we're asking you what the structure looks like. Right. And Mr. Chairman. And so I'm really trying to understand then the hesitation in your designing the program that you would think would work best for your BOCES. And then the conversation goes from there.
Chairman, Representative Larson, I think you're correct on that. The answer is not no. That our answer is not no, because we can't serve the population. That may be different from other providers who are sitting up here. Ours is the charter that we are granted by our member districts at the local level and who we serve. Right now, we're having a lot of conversation is, should we just serve our member districts? The demand, as you're saying, is high. And so when I have a contributing district, let's just, I don't want to throw anybody, I mean, Sweetwater 1, let's say, or Sweetwater 2 or Uinta 1, and they have a need for that level of service. They want to become up on the list now. And so I think we've served our charter, and what we've done and the bylaws have been built to be more regional. I think we would have to change things at a larger level to really say this is going to be tackled at that state level. because we're not really built that way. And those are the conversations.
So, Mr. Chairman, or maybe you draft your proposal to say that you could serve any of those high need kids that are in your district, right? There's nothing that says, we're trying to be flexible on this.
Yeah.
And I agree. If we can get it statewide, that's great. But if there's something in your restricting rules, bylaws by your BOCES members, make it fit for the area that you serve.
Will do. I will take that. We have a board meeting next week. Sorry, Chairman. Representative Larson, we have a board meeting. I am planning on discussing this and I will bring those comments up and follow through with what you suggested.
Great. I have his personal cell phone number if you need it. Representative Summers, go ahead.
Chairman, thank you. And, I think, I think Daniel mentioned it right at the beginning. He can't, he's got his skis out there, right? He can't get out over his skis too far or he gets cratered by his board. And boards look a lot like me, they're all grumpy. And so I think what his reluctance is that the boards are getting more and more gun shy of what they're doing. And it's because, and they're wanting to internalize, I hear it myself from my own district and by districts. And so I think that's the challenge he has in providing any kind of an RFI is he can't get out over his skis maybe to do that. And so I think what we have to do, I think, and I've made this comment, is we have to, do we have a structure out? Do we even have the structure to take care of this population? And can we create a better structure? And that's what I would ask, I guess the association folks and you, Daniel, is do we need a different structure? And what would that look like? And because I think there's some possibilities, you never know. But we need to know how to do it. We don't know how to, I don't know how to do it.
Very good. That's a valid point. I think that's what we're looking for in this RFI. We're looking for some new ideas. We're looking for suggestions. We're looking for what our capabilities are. What do we have right now that we can use? What do we need to build that we can use? That's what we're looking for. This is an open-ended thing and we're looking for suggestions. We're looking for ideas. So that's it. And there it is. Yeah.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Dan.
Representative Summers, Chairman Summers. Thank you for articulating that. You hit that exactly. I cannot get my skis out in front of me. I have done that and I need to be sure that I'm not getting too far ahead of what my member districts want me to be able to do. This is on their radar. I think we're all collectively trying to figure out how to serve this population and do it in a systematic way. I do have ideas. I will take this back to the board and I would, even if I've said this to many people, even if we choose not to pursue this, it would be in our interest to help the state pursue this because it's just going to help us serve our students in our state, keep our students in our state, keep our resources in our state, increase our capacity in our state to be able to serve this. And so if there's something I can submit and be part of, I would absolutely do so, absent of even us doing that, because I do think we may have to relook at some things or throw some ideas out and see what sticks. So I think there are some different, and I bring up the day schools because that's a newer idea. And that is what other states are doing to help offset that. They have pretty intensive services in the community because residential's a high cost and everybody wants to keep the kids in their communities.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dan, for the testimony. My ears perk up a little bit when we start talking about who you'll serve based on your member districts. And with the BOCES system, as we use it, the Department of Family Services use it, we treat each BOCES like a provider. So we're not necessarily concerned about who their provider, who their member districts are. We look at the services they provide, if they're able to take care of a particular child, and then we have the conversation from there. If there's starting to be, if the member districts are starting to tighten up, which I understand, tighten up who it is that they would be willing to pay for through their mills, then that's going to put our statewide system into a bind. because we don't look at it from here's a child that comes into our custody. What district do they belong to? Then therefore, what BOCES could they go to? That's not how we work. That's how we would have to work. But then it takes two potential providers out of our service array, which is already limited. So the conversation about how to pay for BOCES services, I think is something that would be a good discussion, especially if the districts are starting to be a little bit more concerned about financing other district placements.
Stan, go ahead.
Chairman, Director Schmidt, that is starting to become more of a conversation because we're not able to serve those member districts and we're getting questions about, then why are we providing this mill fund? I mean, I think and we haven't always operated that way. And I think that's why that's changed, is because we had that space and we be flexible. And I think internally, I know what Northwest BOCES does. I know what New BOCES does. I know what Red Top Meadows. I know what Cathedral Home. I know they're behind me. And we've kind of found our little niche, right? And we know internally who's serving that. Once it became a high game and the services were limited and restricted, I think people started asking those questions more in the last few years. And we had to reflect, and we have policy on how we prioritize those. And we've had to start applying that and readdress it. We are discussing this fully as a board, and I'm bringing these comments in because one thing is to maybe update how we operate BOCES. Those statutes haven't changed, and I haven't looked at it deeply enough to do that, but they didn't change with how everything else has changed in the state and education. Those statutes are still there, kind of how they existed in the beginning. And so maybe there is something that needs to be changed. I think they're general enough that they can be utilized to do a lot of things. I think, you know, I don't know if there would need to be much work, but it is how we were designed with this members and non-members and that fee structure. And we've been asked to readdress that. And we've had a lot of conversation in the last couple of years, especially with trying to figure out how to fund and find staffing and where we're going to find resources. And as we've been very transparent with how we get money, our board members have been asking more and more questions about why that is and how that is. And so thanks for your comments.
The questions committee, Representative Summers.
Just to give me an idea on your BOCES, what is your residential program full up? Is it always full up? Is it usually got a couple of holes in it? You know,
Yeah.
kind of where's your occupancy at typically?
Go ahead, Dan.
Chairman. Chairman Summers, we are licensed for 45 students. Because of our capacity, we are really limited to 30 students. That's been our big drive. We asked all our member districts to increase our mill funds for capital improvement. We have a whole plan for capital improvement product. You know, we analyze, should we stay in Teton County? Should we try to find a new location? We did a lot of analysis and we feel like we can figure out how to operate there. We have a lot of things established in Teton County and we really don't get anything for losing the piece of land we have there because it's through a land trust. And the minute they're not being served, we're not serving disabled students, that goes to land trust. That doesn't mean that may not be an option someday, but and with some of the changes that have happened legislatively through education, we feel like there's some flexibility to use that property a little bit more flexible in the past. So currently we're at about 30, 32 students, depending on those needs. And our goal has been able to get back to capacity because really it drives efficiency. We're talking about an economy of scale of a small number. And the more we can put in a pool under one umbrella, it actually lowers those costs. And so really keeping up with our extreme capital, just roofs and siding, plus renovating, retrofitting it to take a much harder population, because we're hearing it from our school districts as well. They have difficult students they need to place. And so we know we need to ramp up our efforts at our local day school level and even at the residential program level. But that's a lot of facility. We think we know the training on how to do it and how to provide we know how to provide the IEP stuff. We know how to provide the education. We're even looking at how to provide these students credits and diplomas and transition and work skills. facilities and keeping these kids safe with some of the behaviors that they manifest is the difficult part. And right now, that's our major concern is our facilities isn't even able to operate up to operations at our capacity size just because of the design. It wasn't designed for these students. It was designed for a different population, and we haven't transitioned and shifted that fast enough, mostly because we don't receive capital funding and we could only charge so much for our student placements and add so much to that to offset those capital dollars in that area. So
Follow up.
Thank you. So I was confused. So you're at capacity, really, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what, is that the moral of the story
the
there?
moral of the story, we should be able to take 15 more students. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. We should have 15 more students, which we talk about the 15. That irony is not lost on me. But our capacity is slowly just because of more facility upgrades, and we have some cottages that are 2 levels. And with this population, having kids on the executive suite, is not a good idea. So we've had to really limit some of that. So we'd like to get back to taking more kids actually, and we know there's a shortage. So we are at a new capacity, I'd like to say, but I want people to know that we should be able to take 15 more kids, and it's facilities why we're not able to.
Very good. Seeing no further questions, see none online. We're going to let you take a break. We're going to take a break because there's a cookie calling my name in the back of the room. I'm sorry, the cookie's really loud. Oh, go ahead, Albert, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, and there's if you really want to do something crazy, you make another district out of the BOCES and you actually fund the facility piece of it. The facilities, the school district, the cost of that child that they have to give, that the district has to follow has to include the facility piece. That's by law, but that's really hard to gauge what the facility piece is and how you move that with the child. So the facility piece always gets lost. So create another school district and you solve you solve the whole problem.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we're going to take a break. We will be back at 10:55. Okay, committee, we're back online. We're back live on YouTube. Welcome back. We're going to continue public comment before we move on to the next topic. So Ms. Summer is jumping to the mic. Welcome, the first presenter of the second half of the first quarter. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy Somerville, Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers. And there's been a lot of good discussion. So we just have some brief comments on the RFI. So first, we want to just say thank you for bringing it together. I know this has been a long discussion on what some options might be. In general, we don't have any concerns or red flags about what's in the RFI for requirements. A 90-day turnaround is reasonable. We think that there's enough flexibility in there that it gives the facilities, the providers, the ability to be innovative. Certainly, one of the questions we've had around how to serve this population is how do you do that? Do you do it in a standalone facility that's staffed specifically for this facility? Or do you more likely try to attach it to other programs that are operating in the state so that you can cross utilize facility space, staffing, that stuff. And this RFI certainly gives the opportunity to look at a couple of different ideas in what might be effective and cost effective to try to serve these kids. We do think that some of, the clinical work piece in the stabilization concept of what we're trying to do here is important, and we don't have any concerns about what is listed in the RFI. In terms of the scope of the kids, I think we understand that pretty well. We do have, I'll just, to Representative Zwanzer's question before, I do anticipate 2 facilities, 2 agencies that will respond to the RFI. So one question that I do have for the task force is whether there would be an opening for a provider to submit multiple ideas. Maybe it would be helpful if they did cost out and look at what a single facility would run, as well as maybe a different program where they had maybe 4 or 5 kids in different locations. So, Mr. Chairman, that is a question that I had for the task force. Otherwise, I'm here to stand for any questions.
Before I let anybody ask you questions, and that answer is absolutely, multiple ideas are welcome, multiple avenues, et cetera. So we welcome that.
Thank you,
Very
Mr.
good.
Chairman.
Now that I've answered the question, anybody on the committee, we missed questions from Ms. Somerville? It was a short stay in the hot seat. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further public comments in the room? See none. Anybody online? I just got an email from Tate Mullen, who was with us online yesterday, but who was trying to get us to feel sorry. They are in Saratoga at a meeting, so I feel very badly for them. With that in mind, that will close public testimony on that issue. Any comments, committee, directives, ideas, thoughts? Task force aside. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, on the RFI, so then the second question that we had for this committee is if there were no respondents, if respondents submitted an RFI and it just for whatever reason didn't work, what's plan B? So with your permission, Chairman Baldwin would like to maybe turn that over to Director Johansson for that conversation.
Absolutely. We turn to the dark corner for a question of then what?
Mr. Chairman, the dark corner of all Plan Bs is over here. So I think we've all had the discussion, so I'll be brief. Obviously, with all of the nuance that's been discussed today, the challenges, system issues, et cetera, the problem still remains in the short term and in a temporary basis. What do we do with these 10 to 20 children? How do we take care of them? And this RFI, I think, will lend some information to this task force that what might be out there, how we could get creative with providers and partners in the communities. But again, I think another policy option that this task force has been assigned and wrestling with is there a role of the state outside of the procurement of this service in using a physical asset or a physical plant that it already owns, wherever that is. Obviously, there's Department of Health facilities Department of Family Services facilities. And there's pros and cons of all of those. We, over the past couple of years, as some of you know, we have placed adolescents that fit this demographic in Department of Health facilities here on this campus on an emergency basis. And with Dr. Forbes and his team, we've been able, roughly, it's a small number to cost that out and look at which I shared with the committee last time. But I think the operative plan B for some or all of this population would be a policy decision for the task force on, do we use a state facility to provide what the Department of Health, Family Services, and Education would be looking for as a temporary, temporary placement, while the long-term either placement or community services are identified on the tail end of the crisis case. So happy to answer for the task force any questions about what our experience has been with the select number of adolescents and children that we've cared for in that way. But I do think the responses to the RFI, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would suggest to what Director Schmidt mentioned earlier this morning, that we at least have an understanding on the task force of, are we going to do an informal RFI and kind of set a date as a task force? Members who or folks who have made comment today, or associations or private providers, here's the timeline we're looking for. That would be my recommendation, versus going through public purchasing and doing something formal. But I do think the responses that we get, or the lack of responses we get on that, will inform this plan B or policy decision about a state-owned asset. And like I mentioned, happy to provide the volume, the cost, and the staffing data that we have for the Department of Health facilities that have cared for that population.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And obviously this is an important option, but my question is, so we think there's 15 to 20 of these children in this needs, but we don't really define them well, right? I mean, it's kind of a nebulous, it's whatever somebody won't take. Well, if we create the facility at the state level, will that number automatically double? Because then we have an outlet for the tougher kids, because we haven't put them at a certain level. And so, the one caution I put in that is just that, is we may be providing a service around the state right now with these children that hopefully is closer to home than maybe a state facility would be. And do we want to create a backstop that really has no, I don't know how you define the population. I don't know how you could define the population, but that's my worry. That's my worry, is we doubled the population just because we exist.
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Summers, you hit the nail on the head square. It is this entire problem comes down to, what is the safety net and who is the safety net? How many safety nets are there? And no slide against any of our, community providers or partners who do great work. But everybody looks for a place to discharge to and we're talking kids or adults, when a case gets tough or untenable, to be frank. And that's what we hear often at multiple levels of care. Where's the place that I can discharge to if we can't do it anymore? And I think on the other side of that coin, you're absolutely right, that the risk in creating any state institution or facility is that it becomes a dumping ground. And that's a pejorative term, so I don't mean it as negatively as it sounded, but it is absolutely a risk. And so I think with any of these options that need to be necked down in more detail, the mission has got to be clear, even though it doesn't always work out in black and white. But what does temporary mean? And we've had good discussion at the ICC and with the folks that helped draft this RFI. that I think that absolutely needs to be established in black and white, that this is a temporary placement. I think given the timing we've seen on some of the cases, that, you know, the kind of temporary status we're talking about, it's workable between, you know, health and DFS and education to have that time to find the placements and the community services that we've seen on some of these cases. But Speaker Summers' long-winded response to say, I couldn't agree with you more. It's, you know, bad options across the table, and we got to pick the least bad.
So, Mr. Chairman, just Speaker Summers, you really, to reiterate what Director Johansson commented on, you really, it doesn't matter if we contract this out to a third party or if we have it on the state. How do we prevent unnecessary growth? Because they're both going to impact the state in the same way, which is the cost to provide those services. And is it the services, what is the role of the state in providing those services? And so kind of as we've worked over the last couple of years, kind of the way we envision that is because we've seen it. So whenever word gets out that there's this temporary placement of a child here on the Life Resource campus, we soon thereafter have requests from school districts or our DFS field offices. Can you take this child as well? And you put that back. And so what has really developed and works well is those admissions would have to go through that ICC approval. So you've got the directors of health, Department of Family Services, and the education component there to review those matters and to refine that need and to deny or to accept. So I think we do have to, regardless of where that is, whether it's a state run facility or that you've got to make sure that those that come into that that safe care fit the criteria that we with legislative intent, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And coming from a Department of Family Services perspective, the children that are in our care that are placed in a facility, we still have certain legal requirements that we have to meet around them. So that's not the total population of these 15 to 20. We do provide a lot of support and case management to children who are not in DFS custody, but need these high-level services through the Department of Health. But our administrative stance around children safe at home is not going to change as a result of this. And I share very much your concerns and have been real reluctant really through all of this to think about a facility, because I don't want us to quit focusing on the community as the first solution. And to bring it back to the presentation earlier about wraparound and those community-based services, that is where we do need to focus, understanding that sometimes we might need this facility. All the time, we need families and we need community providers. So I think it's a good point to make, and I think it's something we need to keep front and center. This is not a solution. This is a way that we can keep children safe so they can get their treatment needs met. It's not a solution to a problem of just having a really tough kid.
Further comments? Representative Zwaniter.
Not that we're necessarily going down this road, because I think the private sector should be the first option. But the backup plan, are we going to do some research? Is it more likely to be here in Lander? Is it a wing of the state hospital? Is it the boys' school at DFS? Can we add, another secure location? Because they all have some components to deal with some components of the issue. So I haven't been part of it, but I guess my question would be to either Director Johansson or Director Schmidt, what might be the best place? And can we start doing some preliminary studies of the internal cost of what it would take to house these in Wyoming? Because ultimately nobody wants them to go 5 states away. It's not good for the families, it's not good for the kids' long-term health.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwaniter, Corin told me she wanted to do this all on her own. So I think we have so no, it's a good question. And the reason I brought up our recent experience at this facility is I do think, here would be a candidate. As we discussed as a group last night on the tour, there's some complexities and nuance with what we can and can't do on this campus in terms of licensure and federal funding. So we have to be very careful with the number of beds we would be talking about here, but I think something at the Life Resource Center would be possible. However, it goes without saying, and I think it's a chorus for all of us in the industry right now. Could I commit to right now to staffing a bunch of adolescent beds? No, we can't. We are trying to staff to our minimum levels to meet our current mission. So that's a challenge, but something we can work through and we can get there. I would not be as director of the Department of Health, I would not be as ready to recommend the state hospital for a location here just because of the population that's there on the physical plant side. We would, again, it would take kind of shutting down a unit to convert it to adolescent because that facility was designed as an adult facility. And at the same time, going back to my comments about the facilities task force, that work was done and legislated to, I think that mission would have to change statutorily where, Department of Health at a facility like this would potentially be able to nest that within our current mission. Again, I agree with you, Chairman Zwanitzer, that my preference also is to look around the state with our partners that we have in a variety of settings to see what's available, both in terms of physical assets and service delivery. I think we would all agree, especially after the last 3 years with some of the capacity reductions and staffing issues we have, at least on a physical asset side, there are spaces available. And in different types of providers. Take some creative thinking of how that gets repurposed. But that's why I'm really encouraged to hear some of the comments in the testimony today, even though we didn't hear universal, hey, we're going to put in a proposal, but we heard some, and I think some context was given. So I think that should inform this group's next steps on the policy decision of what we do with Plan A or Plan B. But I will say, Department of Health, certainly we stand ready to try to support this because regardless, Director Schmidt and I have had this conversation a lot, regardless of what we do as a task force or what you all do as a legislature, we still got the 10 to 20 kids. I mean, that's not going away, and we can do things on an emergency basis like we've done here. But I think structuring that, being purposeful and thoughtful and really developing a mission, whether private sector, nonprofit or state-owned asset is, we just need to, we need to nail that down. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. So Director Johansson and Chairman Baldwin, I think that the intent of this task force, when we contemplated getting this draft RFI out the last meeting, was to review it, make additions, corrections, amendments as after we see this input, and then to proceed in getting it out. But I think I heard from you, Director Johansson, kind of two options there. And I don't think that I understand. I would prefer the quicker way. But does that give us any grief in the process as we do that? So help me with that, please.
So, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Larson, I again, I don't want to buck the process at all, and I don't think we will be. Obviously, if the state were going to move forward actually procuring something as a result of information we receive, there is a formal process. We would go through an RFP or something similar. If there's one interested party, then yeah, we could look at a soft bid or a bid waiver. There's process to follow. My point was, I think given the nature of this project and the nature of the how open-ended it is and the information we're looking for, that informal but public is probably the best way to go, rather than structure it through purchasing. And there's just technicalities there. And to Ms. Somerville's comments on submitting multiple proposals, or one entity submitting multiple proposals, I think the best way to do that is informally, so that we can then govern or structure an RFP. But I'd look to Director Schmidt, see if she agrees or has thoughts or wisdom there.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with the director. This project is so unique, having the ability to step outside the procure system to have conversations that are going to be real technical is pretty difficult to do through public purchase and the way that's set up. So the RFI being more informal, and then if we feel it's a proof of concept is what we're after. And that proof of concept is going to tell us about how much really any proposal includes. And I think it's at that point too, that at that RFI place is a conversation with the legislature to say, is this something that is worth funding? Because what we know, and just so we're clear, we do not have it in our budget to pick up, X million of dollars and reroute toward this service. Some of it is because of how we're organized, but some of it is also because this has been a cost that hasn't necessarily been borne totally by one agency or the other. It's a cost that's been borne by the boys' school, the girls' school, county jails, other provider systems. So it's not like we can take money out of our budget for those services right now, compile it, and then put it toward this project. So I think the proof of concept that would come from an RFI would give us a sense of what we could put into the kitty, but then also what would potentially have to come from the legislature or from somewhere else if necessary.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I would make the motion that we proceed along that line. I don't know if it seems to me that it'd be worthy of a vote of the task force to just a simple voice vote, but I think that we should show some support for that or not.
I agree. Can you put that into words exactly what your motion is?
Vote aye.
Second, vote aye.
So this would be the informal RFP process versus going through public purchase, because RFI, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a formal motion? I think I
Would
could
you please?
verbalize it. Would move that between the Department of Health and the Department of Family Services that we review the current draft RFI based on the comments that we received today, make any changes necessary, and then communicate that to the stakeholder group that's been a part of this task force as an informal request for information that can come back through the two departments to this task force.
We have a second by Representative Summers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Oh, there's an aye. I see another hot hand. Thank you, Senator Nethercott. Go ahead, Representative Summers. Oh, you can go ahead.
Chairman, thank you. And, as I look at this, and I'm really biased on the whole thing, so it's really hard for me to look at it. But to me, I asked Director Schmidt about, okay, you got 13, she said 13 people, 3 of them we transition. To me, I think the state facility should be to house the ones that we're not going to be able to move back into the community or back into another facility that's near, that's moving in the direction of back to the community. And rather than just being a temporary housing, I think I would a lot rather see the state of Wyoming house some of these really difficult cases in state rather than taking them to Utah or taking them to Colorado. And I know there's individual populations that you're just not going to be able to handle. But I think it's naive to think that you're going to be able to have you're going to be able to say, well, we're going to have this is a temporary facility. We're going to have them, by golly, for 3 months or 4 months and I think it's just naive. And I think it's not going to be the case. And we're going to have, if it's a state facility, we're not going to say, we're not going to take them anymore. We're going to keep them until we find a place to put them, which may very well be where they're at.
Mr. Chairman, and I just appreciate Speaker Summers has done that. He and I came in the legislature at the same time. And there's nobody that has the best interest of the citizens of the state in their heart than Representative Summers, Speaker Summers. I would only send out perhaps a little bit of caution, because as my experience over the years in this realm, serving on with labor and health and doing these things, is as wonderful as that idea is, that's not always in the best interest of the child. And so I think we just have to be careful not to say we've got to keep them here. We dealt with one of those, which really would have benefited from an out-of-state placement to handle his high behavioral needs. Family felt like he needed to stay here and has not been able to, in my opinion, just develop and overcome his behavioral challenges to the capacity that I think he could, because we don't have in-state those services for that type of behavior. And so then we hold them back. We need to be careful that we're not holding them back from being able to live their life in the most, in the freest, least restrictive environment to benefit from what the state has to offer. And so I agree, we need to take care of our own, but we need to do it in the best way we can for them.
Mr. Chairman and Speaker Summers, to your point about the concern about out-of-home placements, I did have our staff pull those numbers. And in to date for 2023, we've had 11 children in out-of-state placements in a congregate care setting. So that means in a treatment facility. In 2022, we had 12. And in 2021, we had 9. So I do think, to your point, looking carefully at those numbers and ensuring that we don't see a high increase in it, because then that means we aren't doing a very good job with trying to serve them at home, and in establishing that as a baseline as we move through this process, I think would be important.
Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly to respond to Speaker Summers, who I totally agree with. When it comes to any individual adult or adolescent that becomes, a long-term placement, I would just suggest, based on what I observed as a real successful model for a joint executive and legislative action on facility-based care, the Facilities Task Force from 2014 that terminated this past session and was responsible for rebuilding our state hospital, our Life Resource Center, and even the new nursing home at the Veterans Home. That model, I think, got to the issue that you're talking about of what truly is the role of the state with these specific populations. And that was years of work to debate that and develop a state policy around what does the state hospital do for whom and who does it not serve? What is the mission of the Life Resource Center? Who does it serve and who does it not serve? I would just suggest, maybe somewhat naively, that should there be a continuation of this task force into the next year, that could be supplemental work to the policy problem we're talking about here with a temporary facility that really does potentially or hopefully solve an immediate need, but doesn't address the larger issue you're talking about of out of that population. That we will always, our mission, and Director Schmidt mentioned it earlier, and we share that, our mission here at this facility, in the Department of Health world writ large and the family services world, is we are not looking for out-of-home placement. We are not looking for institutional placement. Our focus and our mission is, how do we get children and adults in the least restrictive, most community integrated setting possible? We have to do that legally. We have to do that morally, because we want to. But that problem that you mentioned absolutely has to be addressed when we know, out of this subset of the top of the pyramid of need for adolescents, there are children, and we have had them and have them here right now, that there is no other place in the country or in the state, for a variety of reasons, and sometimes it's choice, where the state does provide the entirety of their care. I think it would be worthwhile for a group like this, or some other iteration of it, to model that Facilities Task Force work like we've done in this RFI. You identify the population, but then really answer in addition to reacting to the problem, and we do need a solution here in the short term, what's the role of the state long term? Is there a role? Or do we rely on systems that we have and put our thumbs on the scale in different places with funding and those types of things? But would just suggest, I agree with you, that should not come off the table, because we absolutely have to be honest with ourselves that there are folks that the state either inherits or has to deal with that maybe start as a crisis and become a very long-term situation. And that warrants, I think, a mission and a collective understanding of what we're trying to accomplish.
That's great. Senator Barlow, we can see your face. It's good to see you. Comments from Senator Barlow or Senator Endicott? Senator Barlow, go ahead, sir. Wave. He didn't want to talk. He just wanted to wave. Okay, committee. With that in mind, let's move on to our item number 10. K-12 mental health services. Committee members will note I sent an email, just FYI, for your interest, about a program in another state, Tennessee specifically. The gentleman who heads that up in their Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, I was in charge of that program. I just served in a group with him in a fellowship. Interesting stuff, interesting background. If you get beyond the news that I get that's on that thing that I sent you, it's a very interesting program, something we might want to think about down the road. With that in mind, I kept notes here, or actually Anna provided notes of our subcommittee meeting or our working group meeting, and I will lean heavily on the others who were at that meeting to help me go through this. I sent that to the committee this morning, the notes, because I knew that I would forget much of it. It's from the MVHA Task Force Working Group Notes PDF. And essentially, we talked a great deal, and you'll note at the head of this, it says, request a recalibration or study. Recalibration was just a name that was put on there at the suggestion of Representative Summers. We really didn't know if it should be truly titled a recalibration or just a study. I would lean towards study, although recalibration is a very catchy title. For those online and those who don't have a copy of this, which is most of us, I will just read through this real quick as to what we did. A proposed action going forward was to request the recalibration or study of the state's funding model, specifically regarding the issue to K-12 mental health. The recalibration or study should be done by either 25 or 25-26 and should address the following. What is the role of the state regarding K-12 mental health service? What K-12 services are being provided? What K-12 services should be provided? And the subset of that is, what is the role of schools? Should they be providing mental health services? Whose responsibility is it? Parents have to be an active part of mental health treatment. Should family counseling be provided? It is important to include parents, but it is also hard to fund family interventions. Next subset, what is the role of the state based on what consultants involved in the study say? And finally, how can schools assist in higher level of mental health care? The next bullet point would be, what are the costs of those services, which is a point that seems to always come up in all legislative discussions. Subset of that is, how would these services be funded and what is the role of Medicaid? Next bullet, how do we recognize children with mental health issues? What is causing the rise in demand for mental health issues? There's a rising need for mental health services. Risky behaviors are declining, but mental health is still declining. One suggestion is that social media is harming students' mental health. Next bullet, where are the gaps in funding? What happens when ARPA funds are gone? ARPA funds will run out around 2025. The state has to figure out a way to fund K-12 mental health programs now, and especially when ARPA funds are gone. Discussion of these services for pre-K children. Is there a need for age-appropriate identification of mental health issues? What are daycare or preschool providers seeing? If providers see abuse, how do they address that? Focus on tier 1 interventions for preschool age children. We'll talk a little bit more about tier 1 here in a minute. And the behavioral health redesign also fits into this, which we'll also hear about here before we end this meeting. It will help alleviate some of those problems once it comes fully into effect. And finally, there's a need for short-term funding for K-12 mental health services before this study or recalibration is actually completed and done. There's a suggestion of a time-limited mental health grant to cover needed services before the recalibration studies results come back. I think the bottom line of our discussion, if the others would agree, there's a need for mental health care in schools and there's an increasing need. What the reasons are for what we're seeing increased need for mental health care, I don't know that anybody's pinned down. We talked about social media. We talked about the COVID pandemic. We've talked about a number of things that may be precipitating that crisis, but I don't know that anybody can pin that down. And I would ask Representative Summers to perhaps elaborate on the recalibration idea.
So, Mr. Chairman, the last recalibration, which was a real recalibration, you know, where we took a look, had the consultants come in. We even, and this was 2020, right during COVID, kind of. I believe it was 2020. Yeah. And what the consultants said, because everything was, you know, kind of in flux, is they really didn't have a good handle on what was needed for mental health services for schools. You know, they did provide their recommendation on counselors and different things, but I think that landscape maybe has changed a little bit, who knows? But I think I really think it is a recalibration of those elements of the funding model to get a profession, you know, to get a consultant's opinion on what exists out there in the world of K-12 education for mental health services, and what is the appropriate level based upon a consultant's recommendation. And then we have to, as policymakers, come down and decide what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. But I don't know that we really know what's needed, what's not needed, you know, or what the existing state of affairs is, frankly. So is that kind of what you wanted?
Thank you. President Ballard, I wanted to talk about we talked about tier 1 and what's in the schools now, how those assessments are done. And I know you know a lot more about that than I do. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, so just some context for everybody, at least in education, we do a lot thinking of it in terms of tiers. So when we talk about tier 1, when you hear that, those are things you do for all kids, right? So all students receive supports in that arena. When you think about tier 2, right, there are a group of kids that need additional supports, additional interventions to kind of help support them. And then we go into tier 3, which when you start thinking about tier 3, these are like the kids that a smaller group of kids now that are higher need and need more supports and services. So when we think about tier 1 in terms of like mental health, tier 1 is about giving kids like the idea around giving them the skills that they need to be able to function well in a group, right? And giving them skills they need to be able to, I'm trying to think, right? Like relationship skills, all of those kinds of things, right? Things you kind of do for you want all kids to do. When we start thinking about tier 2, in terms of the mental health, we're talking about all the wraparound services we've been talking about today, giving them some, additional life skills, soft skills supports, those kinds of things. If we want to think about it, you're starting in tier 2, maybe to start thinking about more therapeutic kinds of things. So like group counseling, those kinds of things. When we're talking about tier 3, we're talking more about the clinical services, and tier 3 itself is really a little more is tiered in and of itself, right? When we start talking about tiered services, in our services in tier 3, we're talking about like individual counseling. I need to go 1 to 3 times a week. So we're talking about that. We're talking about that's at tier 3. When we talk about it, it also means when you have the intensive outpatient services, right? Somebody that needs, much more, on a regular basis, right? Like I need to go in 3, 4, or 5 times a week for services. And then you also then have at the very top of that pyramid, the complex cases that we just spent all morning talking about, which have these great needs. And the reality is, and we put them all in tier 3 instead of making this like a 6-tier model, because they kind of flow in and out, especially at that tier 3 level. They kind of flow in and out of those pieces. So I think it's important to, as we're thinking about this, when we talk about the tiered services or tiered model, is that the more we can do in tier 1 and tier 2, which are more preventative in nature, then the less we need to do at tier 3. So some of the things that we have been doing, right? We have certainly have 4 or 5 grants going on at this point that are connected to this. We talked about this last in our first meeting, right? Which a lot of that is focused on the tier 3, which is about giving students access to counseling services. We do that outside of the schools. I mean, it can be identified in school and there's a referral pathway, but the services are not actually provided in the school. The private providers in the communities or through telehealth are the ones that are actually providing those kind of services. We're not doing that. They may receive them in school, but they're not school personnel providing those services in general, at least in ours. We also recently put together a contract that will be rolling out in the next month or two, which is with Care Solace, which is a care coordination company that they're like a handshake service, right? So if I, as a parent, am saying, oh, well, Laurel needs help, I need to get some services, but I don't know who to go to. My local, if I call my local counselors, it's a 3-month wait. And so it kind of helps me find who are additional providers in the community or telehealth providers that meet the needs that my kid may have. We are also doing work in the tier 2. And so kind of thinking about, we do some like group counseling and family counseling with students in that arena. We also, we have a grant that is all that our trauma-informed support services is all about connecting with the community and making those connections around for the kids, right? I can see the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dr. Ballard. So when you're talking about these services, counseling wraparound, could you also kind of clarify who is providing those services? If that's the school themselves through school staff, or is that just working in consultation with a community provider who maybe is on contract to come in versus just a referral to a therapist in the community? If you could help kind of make those distinctions too, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ballard.
Mr. Chairman, so Director Schmidt, so the way it's working right now in our schools is that teachers, counselors, whoever it is in the school sees a need. So then they go and they work with the school counselors and our community project manager that works inside the schools. And they have partnerships that they've already created with mental health providers in the community or telehealth, for instance. Our folks in Rock Springs are working with WBI through telehealth to provide some of those kinds of services. So there's, in terms of the wraparound, and we start talking about those kinds of things, the group counseling we see still as outside of the school. That's still a private provider piece in our work. In fact, when we're looking at tier 2, we see about 20% of that being done by private providers. And then we really see the school and community piece focusing more on the wraparound or the wraparound services as connection with school, with providers outside. Yep. Case management, all of those kinds of things. Yeah. And then we see the school doing more on life skills, soft skills, that kind of stuff. And then when we're in tier 1, that's all school and community, right? Kind of, again, those things around like life skills that we offer, suicide prevention training or mental, emotional well-being, right? That we've been working over the last year to create the states to create a framework around that for our schools and districts and thinking about some of those kinds of things.
Go ahead, Representative Sellers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. What you described on the, I guess, the mental health services, the counseling piece, that's based upon your grant program, your federal grant program. Is that correct? Because I mean, there's districts that if they're not involved in one of those programs, that their counselors, whoever has to deal with that child. And oftentimes they do provide, I guess, some low-level counseling. But so what exactly were you referring to?
Chairman, Speaker Summers, yes, I was referring to the programs that we have running in schools right now through our grant program. So yes, and schools, some of them have programs, right? I mean, like if you look at some, they have connections with providers and they do some of that work. I'm sure there's probably some counselors doing some low-level type counseling and supports for students. I'm sure some of that's going on in schools as well.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, and like my two schools, they're involved in a community-based thing as well. But you know what I hear, and I don't know if we're going to get any testimony from anybody, but you know what I hear is, I mean, there's a lot of crisis intervention by K-12 counselors. I mean, they go from, you know, one fire to the next fire often. And so it can be really challenging. And yeah, there's community mental health centers, depending on what their waiting list is. And we have a few of these programs, you know, and there's getting to be more and more of them around the state, but a lot of them have, including the one in our community, is partially funded by ARPA dollars. Yours is funded by ARPA or some other federal grant piece. You know, I think the big question is, you know, who's going to backfill that? Will the federal government actually come out with a mental health program for K-12, you know, for that population more long-term, or will that fall back on states and providers to just suck it up? You know, I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that at times those counselors in schools are pressed at the very least.
Go, Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, this might be to you or Dr. Ballard. And a number of questions, and what I was, because the conversation that you've outlined today really just pulls back the sheets and reveals the questions that we kind of had identified before. And so just following up on Representative Summers' question on counselors, what I'm hearing from the districts in this county is our school counselors were never intended to provide the type of counseling that we would see for these mental health services. So this crisis intervention we're doing is being done, perhaps, maybe not always, with making do with the type of counseling you have. And so then my question is do we need another level of counselor in the K-12 district? Is there a recommendation for that? It would be maybe kind of one question. And then as I've listened to you, and I know that most of these are out on grants and programs, but I think that there's a fundamental conversation we need to have, and that's defining what we expect the school districts to have to. Are we going to add this on their plate? Or are we going to provide some, and again, this is to this subcommittee, do we allow, like you're doing now, to have contract with, in fact, in Fremont One, where they've got some counseling, some telehealth and wraparound services, and maybe that'll be fleshed out as we see how those work and maybe provide more guidance. So that would be another question. On the tier one, I thought that that's an interesting conversation, Dr. Ballard, and particularly on the preschool side. And it seems so did you have any conversation on our preschools? If we're going to do that, the preschools ought to be operating somewhat under a similar scope. And I don't believe now there's a current certification for preschools. And so our preschool kids can attend a preschool, but really is no more than daycare. And are those providers really identifying and have the training to identify developmental delays or mental health outburst, behavioral anomalies there? And so as we're looking to address that on a tier 1, do we have the structure in place to where we're gathering the information accurately? And if that makes sense, because we have a very loose structure on that preschool side. And then Representative Summers, to your point on the consultant, then again, kind of goes back to my comments on what is it we're expecting, what's the role of the school district in that? And we've, we hear that we need to make sure that we have some mental health services, and to what degree, I don't know that we have concluded on that, to the students. And then is that to their siblings? We've heard some conversation, well, now that needs to be opened up to their siblings who may not be in school. Then we've heard, well, that needs to be opened up to the family. And so now we're providing, the school district is providing counseling or mental health services to the student, their siblings, and to the as a whole, and also to the faculty. The question is, but the faculty is really facing with all of this increased mental health and what they're doing. They too are suffering from mental challenges. And so was there any conversation on, is that part of the component? And I would just share that we hear the same concerns with our EMS people, which include our firefighters, our healthcare professionals, others. So is it the role of the state then to provide mental health services to all of these professions that currently exist in the state? So I'm curious on the conversation you guys had on these areas in your meeting.
That was a loaded question. Can you repeat all that? No, don't, please.
Yes.
No, we don't want you to. And I would just comment, and then I'll pass off to Dr. Ballard, and that is, and I note that in the age group in Tennessee is very reflective of Wyoming. They too have a very significant problem in mental health in their K-12 program. Not speaking outside of that program now. Tennessee. And that the age group 10 to 19 happens to be the age group that's a higher risk for suicide. And as we all know, and you've heard it a million times, the suicide rate in Wyoming is #1 in the nation. I'm tired of saying that. I don't want to say that anymore. But the fact is, this group we're talking about, that 10 to 19-year-old, which isn't the exact group, but that's the group that's at higher risk, and that's the leading cause of death in that age group. And that's a scary thing to me. I think our suicide prevention efforts have paid a lot of dividends. I think it's working to some extent. We don't know how much. It's impossible to go out and look at how much that's worked. But I think we've had some success there. Not enough, because we haven't got it down to 0. That being said, I would throw out in some of the conversation that we had was that there's a huge variation of the counselors in the schools. From my school districts to the bigger school districts, there's a lot of variation. Albert and I have two, we have some small schools. I have some small schools in the other part of my district. And I have some schools in my district that are huge. But I would also note that there's an increase in substance abuse in those schools as well. It's some of the substances we don't traditionally think about when we think about substance abuse. We talk about meth, we talk about narcotics, and there is some of that, but there's some other things going on in schools that we sometimes don't recognize. And I think there's been a bump up in that. And that's a whole nother day. That's a whole nother task force, and that's a whole nother subject. But I don't think all those counselors in all those schools are trained to deal with all those things. Traditionally, they're trained to help students decide what they want to do in their future. What topics do you want to take in high school? What topics do you want to take in college? I think there are some of those counselors, some of those mental health workers in schools that have some higher training, but I don't think it's consistent across the system in the state of Wyoming, let alone in other states. But with that being said, I just thought I'd throw those tidbits out there, and then I would turn to Dr. Ballard for some more, answer the rest of his questions.
Mr. Chairman, I will say, I think you're very right about our school counselors. I think a lot of them have skills to do a lot of these things and to provide counseling. A lot of them are certified counselors, right? Or social workers or those kinds of things, right? I mean, they have a lot of training and background behind them. One of the things that they fall into though is that, or that happens to them is that they also end up becoming the assessment coordinator, the high school scheduler, it's just everything you just talked about, career planning, those kinds of things, right? They end up with all of those. Plus, they also then have the responsibility of, so usually a lot of times it's not like thinking about giving students like the suicide prevention, or, they do some of those kind of trainings and that kind of stuff with kids. But like the general soft skills that you want them to have, being able to make responsible decisions, being able to build relationships, all of those kinds of things, right? They usually do those as like a separate class, right? So they have that on top of it, right? Like, and that's what they're seeing more. They're trying to do a little bit. I definitely we saw a lot in ARPA funds and the ESSER funds and things like that, as districts putting a lot of money into buying curriculum and some of those kinds of things for some of that. I don't know that we necessarily need higher level counselors. One of the things that I feel like we're learning, we've learned from the models that we've been creating, although that it's grant funded and it's time limited, there is the ability to build partnerships, to create that opportunity for students to access counseling services, right? And we do it I think in here too was that you had the question about like the families and the siblings, and the reality is a kid doesn't live as a silo, right? And so the family counseling is actually critical for the health of the kid. I mean, really. And so that's why those kinds of things come into play. And so the models that we've created with like the Project Aware and our some of all of that kind of stuff that we've talked about before, we've seen some really positive models that do not require the school to be everything to everyone, that partners with local providers or, and telehealth, which provides access to communities that have such limited services and some of those kinds of things. So I think there's a lot that we've learned, and I don't know that we've been advocating for higher level counselors inside schools. We've been actually advocating the opposite, right? We've been putting those outside of the school. It may happen in the school, right? Giving them a place, because sometimes that's the issue, is traveling to, a parent taking time off, picking my kid up. I'm going to go take them to counseling, and then I take them back. And some parents can't do that, or they can't take time off to come do all some of those pieces. And so we bring them in through telehealth as part of the family counseling and some of those. And parents are integral and connected in the models that we have. So none of this happens without parents, none of this. And the services and the coordination, is all connected there as well. So I think there's a lot that we've learned. Depending on how we want to move forward on something like that, the models that we have, I think are really successful. I will tell you that in general, tier 2 is the hardest tier that we struggle with those, like figuring out what to do with these kids that are in the middle. And so what happens is, when a lot of times is if I'm a kid that's struggling and I need like really what's probably tier 2 services, but we don't have a lot of that in place. And so they jump into tier 3, which is not necessarily where we need them, right? They don't necessarily need the higher level counseling or therapeutic services quite like that, or they need it at a lower level. Those kinds of things, like, right, like group counseling, those kinds of things. So I will say we know that is like an area that there's an opportunity for a lot of growth for that. The expectation of the school district you asked, I think it's kind of answering that in the middle of all of this, I think, right? Which we think to us, right, they should be kind of helping, giving kids the skills, giving them a lot of like the lower level pieces, right, to this, not necessarily doing, counseling on a regular basis with a kid. Referrals, absolutely. Making partnerships with communities, the community providers and those kinds of things, absolutely. In terms of the preschool, I'm going to tell you, I am not the early childhood person, so I have to do research on that piece. And Director Schmidt, you might be able to talk more about what some of the requirements are, since I know they are at least licensed through you, but it's an interesting one because it's so spread out across the state, which we already know.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just a couple of things I'm trying to understand is, so the philosophy that there's no counselors in schools that actually do the counseling, is that a philosophy of your agency, or is that a philosophy of schools? I think it's a reality in some. I mean, I'm so why this is going on, right? I'm getting texted by everybody, you know, and so you know, like in my sublet 9 school, 100% of the counseling, which is which is hiring a provider in Jackson, I think, in telehealth, is paid for by ARPA, right? So if you're going to do the outside counseling, somebody's got to pay for it because it's not free. And yeah, we have community mental health providers, but if you go down the line, it's triage, right? You go there, there's nothing, then you got to do something. So you hire it out if you got any money. If you don't have any money, then you fall back on the counselor in the school that's not really geared to do that work, and they have to do that work. And so I'm curious, you know, what is the philosophy, and then where does the money come from? So is the philosophy of no counselors, you know, the counselors in schools shouldn't be doing the mental health services? You know, is that a philosophy of WDE? Is that a philosophy of the K-12 system, the districts? And then, you know, where are we going to get the money? You know, you can reach out to all the partners you want, and we have done that, and you still don't have the money.
Follow-up question before we answer that, let's get a follow-up question.
And I think my follow-up question, and it's more to the subcommittee but it fits in with what Representative Summer says, is I just remind the task force that we were given a task to come back and make recommendations. And at the same time, the Joint Education Committee has this K-12 mental health on their table as well. And in talking to the chairman, their eyes are kind of focused this way on what would you recommend for us as we consider legislative needs. And so I think we need to really kind of start setting aside some of these questions, making some recommendations, or at least considering some recommendations, considering if there's going to be some legislative needs, and we're going to have to kind of be doing that. And I know, Dr. Ballard, we're all eyes are on you, but we really don't be afraid to fight back. Okay. We just look at you as the expert, but I think we have to give some definition, because whatever we recommend back are going to have implications on how we move forward in funding and structure of schools and in a whole variety of things. I think one of the things that I've learned on, Mr. Chairman, on task force that I would also suggest is, let's look, money is always the issue. But if we always design around what we anticipate the funds will be, we seem to come up just a little bit shy of that. So I would just encourage us to consider, how does this look most appropriately, then determine the costs, and then kind of look from there. I think that's proven well, and it's always out there. But when we do that, I would just, Mr. Chairman, I would just look to you that hopefully we could come back at our next meeting with some recommendations on some of this stuff. And maybe I could ask, I think we kind of delineated some of that in you guys have talked about it, but I think we need to come back with some recommendations on how we move forward.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the recommendation is that we, at least that was what I got out of it, and part of it was my recommendation is we need some more technical help to understand what that need is out there, what that need should be. I don't think we alone can do it. That's just my 10 cents. And I think you're right. I think ultimately what I would do, is you'd have this triage. The counselor in the school would be doing a triage on a student, basically, with the parents involved. And then, your first, if you needed counseling, more intense counseling, your first swing would be to the local mental health provider, because that's part of their priority population. If we're tangled up there and don't have the capacity, then we have to swing to outside counseling, and we have to find a mechanism to fund that, so I think we can do that, but we don't really know, I don't know that we know what the best modality is. I don't know. I think there are others out there that understand this system of mental health in schools far better than I do, and far, than maybe many people here do. And I really think we need an expert to tell us more, but maybe our two big agencies here can enlighten us. Three big agencies.
They're all big agencies. I guess I would concur, Albert, in answering that question, Mr. Co-Chair, is that I think we don't know what we don't know. And I think that we need that pointed out. And I think that's one of the things in the conversation is that we need that study or recalibration, as it was called, to say, what is our level of need? And what aren't we providing now that we should be providing? And to your point, who's responsible for providing that? Is it the state? Is it, in some cases, families can't pay for that. So I guess my assessment would be is that we need somebody to perform a study or to at least take a harder look at it. Tell us what we need. Tell us what the need is out there in all of our schools across the system. And once we know what that need is, and once we know what it is, then we can look at the funding and say, here's what the need is, here's how much it would cost. And then we can go back to legislature, with this recalibration, if you will, this small piece of the general recalibration. Say we have this need in mental health because there's an increased need. We need to add this much specifically for this mental health need. That would go ahead.
Thank you. And I completely agree. But I'm just thinking of the function of this task force. So you all have, those are all good ideas. Put that down on paper. What is it that you're going to ask them to look at? We've got to be making a recommendation back to the Joint Education Committee that we want to look at a study. What is it we're going to ask them to look at? And I think that we need to make that recommendation. I don't argue with your point, but I don't think that you hold off on trying to define the population served in that group. I don't think that I think that we should be able to consider, do we expect the school district that this will be inclusive in the school district's responsibility to provide all of that, or will they contract with outside providers and wraparound services? I think we need to, I think we can do that. I think there's nobody knows education more on the House side than the good speaker. We've got education. I just think that we've got to come out of here with some concrete recommendations back to the Joint Education Committee. I think we need to talk about this preschool thing. If we're going to really focus on a tier 1, how do we expect that to happen in a structure that really doesn't exist, right? And so if that's really important, do we recommend that we then put a level of structure or a scope of expectation on the preschools around the state? So I think that I don't think we're getting right down to the bottom line, but I think we've got the horsepower here and the ability to give more definition and expectation.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know who's in the audience here, but I don't think we have K-12 here. Well, kind of, but that you're kind of K-12, but a school district. Do we have a school district here? You're from, okay, good. We at least have one, but that's something we need to, and I know the education committee's doing that, and I've got, I've been getting texted, like I said. And, I think a lot of superintendents didn't even know we were addressing this particular issue here. And so one thing I think our subcommittee needs to do is go out to districts, and I think we go out to the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association. And is that Melinda? All right. I'm glad you're here. You represent everybody of all K-12. Yeah. And I think we need to go out to the Superintendent's Association and the School Boards Associations and ask them the question, okay, what is the need? What are some of the solutions you see for that? But ultimately, if we want to resource it, we'll have to do a more professional study. And the thing about if we do that, it has to be categorical. We can't throw this in the block grant. But I think there's ways to do it, but we have to understand what the need is. And so that's K-12. So we'll put it on Ms. Cox to give us that answer.
Minute. Yep. Director Johansson.
You, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize to the subcommittee or the work group because this is going to be redundant from our meeting several weeks ago. In terms of concrete recommendations to a committee or the Joint Education Committee, because this is a topic that's coming from a lot of different angles. One thing we had discussed, and I'll just give my perspective and recommendation here, was in addition to, I think, what is a good recommendation to study certain things and look at where the gaps in funding or the gaps in resources might be, establishing the minimum baseline of all expectation for districts and schools, I think is critical. And I'm talking K through 12. That and Dr. Ballard can countermand me here if this doesn't summarize some of our conversations in the subcommittee, but I think maybe it's an unspoken expectation that everybody who's looking at this issue has, which is we think every school or district should have the ability and the capacity to screen for mental health issues and to do brief intervention and referral to treatment. And that precludes, anything that has to do with, more intensive treatment or resources in the walls of the school, tiers of different categories of eligibility or populations. And also what can sometimes be, as you know, Dr. Ballard, unsustainable financing, meaning great programs being stood up, but it's with federal grant funding. And there's going to be a debate that comes, whether it's in pockets of the state or the whole state, can we keep doing this? So I think it's incumbent, if you really push to me on a recommendation today, it would be for this group to recommend, first and foremost, step one is that the state of Wyoming schools and school districts should have a baseline of mental health availability that includes screening for mental health conditions or issues and brief intervention. I know that's a big term, but in our world, it usually means, what you can do through a school healthcare provider, counselor, nurse, et cetera. A brief intervention, usually some sort of de-escalation or counseling or what have you, but in some cases, referral to treatment. And I think that, if you can start with the baseline, this is what before we get into the bigger ideas, we think every school should have the ability to do that. So that in terms of a concrete recommendation, just from outside of my lane, be clear, but health department's view of that is, I think that's a healthy place to start. And then when you talk about your higher needs kids or your prevention programming or issues with social media, technology, smartphone banning, all of these things that come into the conversation, I do think that warrants investigation study. And if that looks like a recalibration or a contracted study or a continuation of the task force, so be it. But just from my perspective, I would propose that we recommend that baseline as something that gets potentially codified. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make a radical proposal here. the only one you'll ever hear from me, and that is that the subgroup with their agreement. We'll get back together. We will plan a meeting. We'll plan a date. After today, we'll all plan a date. We'll get together again, likely via Zoom. And that we invite perhaps 1 or 2 members from the education committee if they're interested in doing that. And I guarantee there's at least 1 or 2 of them listening to us right now. That we get back together and we'll actually come together with a solid proposal. I like the proposal that I'm hearing, and I think it's a very good idea. But I think we can come up with something solid. We're going to be back together here as a task force in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is. And I think we can bring a solid proposal to you. Director Schmidt, comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Johansson was going down the same path that my head was going down. But I also think we want to be aware of, and Dr. Ballard brought this up, because I think it's an underlying important discussion too. While you're talking specifically about clinical services, there are other ways to create positive environments in school districts through counselors, through those functions that then set that baseline. And you called it life skills, soft skills, et cetera. And in my experience, it's been really left up to the district and sometimes even the schools to decide what is the role and the function of that counselor, whatever they may be called. And I'm more interested at the elementary school level because that's where we engage quite frequently. But thinking about that role as well, yes, referral, yes, but there's also kind of some of those behavioral opportunities at a very little young age, perhaps preschool, but certainly in those early years of elementary school, where having that person who's geared toward helping with those soft skills, those social skills, I think are just as important as recognizing a clinical service and then connecting outward. So as the subgroup has the conversation, understanding that if we are going to establish a baseline, thinking about the difference between a counselor versus a social worker versus a clinician, all of those functions that kind of blend together depending on the district, the principal, and then ultimately at the very interactional level.
So, Mr. Chairman, I like your idea and appreciate your willingness to do that. I would like to just respond on 2 things, if you'll bear with me. And one is, I get a little angst when we just bring a consultant in without having some guidelines that they function under, because then when we come back, it's always, well, the consultant's recommendation was X. Well, that's fine if it's within the guidelines that we give them, and so I think that that's important to do. The other part of this conversation that we heard in our last meeting was then how can we take better advantage of Medicaid reimbursement on the K-12 side. And would just report to this committee, I participated in a national K-12 Medicaid work group a while ago. And this administration, the current administration, has really made an effort to be able to enhance the Medicaid reimbursement, and can actually do that now to school districts individually and doing that. And they were, although the details are not fully fleshed out, but as they're going along there and they're talking about how wonderful, all great this was, I raised my hand and says, well, I'm from Wyoming. And the gal's eyes kind of says, well, you are different. you are special. And so she talked to me offline, and she says, just because of the makeup where we reimburse special education 100%, and you'll recall then when we go through this whole model, and Mr. Browning and in our healthcare finances, she mentioned him and how astute he was in helping her understand our model. And so as you hear about this enhancement of capability or potential, she admitted after researching that becomes very difficult for Wyoming based on how we fund special education and reimburse that 100%. So just report on that.
Mr. Chairman, as I look at my phone at the superintendent's notes here, and I think it's just good to mention this, is elementary counselors are not currently funded in the model. So there are no funded counselors for elementary school. At least that's according to this superintendent, which is one of your superintendents as well.
Funny that I have text coming too.
No, I think counselors are funded according to school, not according to district. And I think school psychologists, somebody gonna have to tell me, I don't even think they're funded. I think schools just decide to, if they have enough, I guess, Mr. Mayor's got some. So
Answer that question real quick if you would.
And Mayor, Executive Director for BOCES 5. Just background for the committee. I did work in the schools as a school psychologist and a special ed director for about 10 to 15 years before I took over the BOCES. So I have some working knowledge up until about 6 years ago. And then I would defer Representative Summers. I think it's a good idea to get more school personnel and see what they're seeing. I think that's a good idea. Differentiating, so school psychologists wouldn't be in the model because typically they would be funded through the special ed reimbursement, right? My position is hired to do the evaluation for special education and identify kids for eligibility. My role is much beyond that, but typically that's why I don't know if you would necessarily see that in the model. Now, my professional organization nationally sets up a criteria for how many students in that. Back to the comment, and the other speaker that comes from the school probably will add to this, but one of the issues with when we talk about counseling is that many people, different people come from backgrounds represent that position. So you have people who might come from a guidance counseling background. They may have very limited psychology or counseling classes that they weren't really set up. And then you have people who are coming in and filling that who are more licensed and professionally trained to maybe handle that, school psychologists. So it's very much a bit mixed bag, but a lot of those professionals, and Dr. Ballard, I would just add to your comment about tier 2 being difficult, because that one doesn't have the clearest funding mechanism, in my opinion. It's that start of that intervention and what they are. Once they get to a tier 3 and that level of behavior, there's something that kicks in that can add to that financial. The other thing I was sitting there, I would just add to this is we talked a lot about counseling on the mental health side. And I think there's a lot more in that umbrella than just counseling, just therapists. When we reach out to districts and see what their biggest pain point is, they talk behavior. And so a lot of schools have been starting to hire more board certified behavior analysts in the districts that where there's no real, in the funding model for that, but we're seeing people more trained in the behavioral side as well that meets some of that mental health and side of those. And then the preschool, it's not ironic that you said that, but I am doing contracting with them on those students. And so I'm working with the preschools right now with their tier 2 or tier 3 behaviors and looking at that system. And so what we're doing at that age is not bringing in therapy per se, but we're trying to modify the environment, work with the staff, work with parents, parenting techniques and different strategies to be able to calm that down. So I think when we talk mental health, it's not just therapy. Therapy sometimes with a highly traumatized person may not be the best approach initially. It's relationship based. There's a lot of other approaches. And I do think some of the recommendations coming out of there would be good, but it's a little bit more broad than what I was hearing. Also, since I have the time and I'm here, also our organization as part of the mental health, we wrote a grant with the Department of Education on the comprehensive school threat assessment guidelines, where we brought in $2 million to be able to train every school in Wyoming when they get a threat. So when a student says, I'm going to shoot up the school or I'm going to kill people, to help the district respond to that threat and teach all people. And it doesn't mean you have to have a certain degree, but those are other approaches to handle crisis, I guess. And a lot of times those crises are coming from mental health, but it's the crisis we have to respond to. And that can vary, that can look differently. And if you're a small district, oftentimes individuals have to respond to 10 or 15 different types of crisis. And I think that's what those district representatives are referring to. Last thought, as you're looking, Representative Summers, you made mention to go look at nationally what the BOCES are doing. This would be another area to look into other states where educational service agencies. This has been the big area that I see BOCES or educational service agencies, entities like mine and other states have really stepped up to help provide that mental health component because of what you're discussing. Some of it, I would even question ethically, should that level of therapy be being done? Do you pull a kid out of their history class and provide this level of trauma therapy? I struggle with that as a mental health. I don't know the answer to that, but I think those have to have some conversation. The bottom line is, Director Johansson, I liked your initial proposal of understanding they should at least be able to soft hand that off. Do you have a process to identify this and at least do it? They're going to say maybe yes or no, some will have that. What I hear from districts when I work with them, we don't have anybody to soft hand off to, right? We can identify the problem. We know it's a problem. We deal with it here. Now what? Who in the community is going to, oftentimes they'll refer to another entity. They think they will. That student shows up the next day. And I've heard situations of active suicide and things like that that have happened. So I think sometimes having those individuals to respond may be lacking in the community. So I'll stand for questions. That's a little bit about the school psychs, why they may not be in there, because they're funding through a different mechanism through special ed.
I think that answered the question that was out there. Appreciate that. And before we go to public committee now or public comment, I would just make this proposal that subgroup, we do meet again, working group, whatever we're going to call ourselves. The Mickey Mouse Club, whatever you want to call us, that we will plan that with LSO. We will plan a Zoom meeting, but we're also going to invite some school district superintendents into that as well. So we get more perspective. So we'll work on that. With that said, let's go ahead and open up some public comment. Ms. Cox, I know you're dying to get up here. Come join us.
Chairman Baldwin, members of the task force. My name is Melinda Cox, and I'm currently the community project manager with Fremont County School District number 1 for Project Aware. For those of you who don't know, AWARE stands for Advancing Wellness and Resiliency in Education, and it's funded through SAMHSA, so the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Agents or Administration. I also need to just quickly, with all of my notes, my background is I ran juvenile justice services in Fremont County for 23 years. Within those 23 years, I also ran treatment courts, both adult and juvenile. So I have a substantial amount of experience in systems in Wyoming, but also, understanding barriers within systems. And so I'd like to address a couple of points, and I'll be succinct because I know you guys have a lot of information that you get through, and my hat also goes off to you, all of you, for the amount of knowledge that you're taking in and filtering through and being able to process. It's a big task for policymakers. I will say that one of the things that you talked about was the request for the study. I think that, or the recalibration. I also like that phrasing. I think that's important. Project Aware currently at the state level is doing a lot of this work. We have a referral pathway, which means we're utilizing those systems in place. And you talked about the baseline of mental health, Director Johansson, right? That's already happening, while it be informally. And I think that that's a really good opportunity to discuss some uniformity as well as this baseline. What does the state want and what do we need from school counselors? Also to talk about school counselors, one of the, especially in Fremont County School District number 1, probably one of the most underappreciated group of people in the sense of they're very knowledgeable. All of them have to have a master's degree. That did change. I don't know how many years ago that changed, but I know that at one time you did not have to have a master's degree to be a counselor within the school system. And so again, a good change within the policy making that happened that is beneficial for some of these items that we're talking about. I think also understanding the role of administration, parents, all of those things combined, and Project Aware is doing that work currently. There is a 2020 cohort that consists of Campbell County, Park County, out of Powell, and Fremont County. And there's data supporting the project. And then now there's even more school districts. We have Sweetwater sublet. No, not sublet, but we have Sweetwater and we have Carbon and Niobrara, I believe, as well as the Basin. There's several other communities partnering. And I think that this task force has the availability to utilize that data and all the work that's already being done to address school mental health needs. We are serving, you know, a vast majority of these topics that have been discussed by the task force today are already being done, have already been discussed, we're problem solving. How are we going to sustain this model? How do we utilize Medicaid? How do we partner? Because technically, and in my opinion, doing juvenile justice for as many years as I did, really is it the school's responsibility to provide in-house mental health services to these, as was mentioned, you know, a lot of trauma. You talk about what's driving this trend. I think you can say, yes, social media. You're talking about immediate gratification. Kids have access to the world immediately, and that doesn't happen at school. Sometimes you have to open up your book and read, and it doesn't come to you right away. That creates anxiety. That creates hopelessness. All of those things are taking into place at our schools. In my opinion, it's only my opinion, the reason that this is important for school-based mental health is because it opens up service delivery hours. So prior to this project, the only time that students could see counselors would be after school. And if you're running any kind of if you're a program or a service provider, that's not enough time. You really can't sustain yourself with 2.5 hours worth of service delivery. And so it's an opportunity that you can break down some barriers. One is, how do you get students there? 2 is, what time during the day can they go? And 3 is, who's going to pay for it? And I think one of our big, you know, and we talk about this all the time at these levels of decision-making is funding. And I often think to myself, if we could just look at the project and say, does this make sense? And not talk about funding, that would be ideal. And then some fairy would provide the funds and we'd all be good. That's just not reasonable. But the idea is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel in this conversation. Dustin Brown, who serves as the director of Project Aware, does a phenomenal job. He's doing a really good job of collecting data. We've got Care Solace, who really is the brokerage of services for mental health. It is a really good project, and it's being currently funded. I also think that we need to talk about, I like the preschool thing, but one of the things that comes up is primary prevention. And where does primary prevention happen? Primary prevention does not happen in high school. It doesn't happen in middle school. It does happen at our elementary. So it's unfortunate to hear that those counselors are not being funded in your school district at that level and across the board, because really that's what we're talking about. I think that in closing, I would like to add that we also cannot take lightly the role of the parent or the guardian or the community and what they represent. One of the biggest indicators of success for students, kids, at risk, whoever, is their connectedness to their community. And so that's one of my proponents for having a community partnership rather than doing mental health within the school district, because then you have somebody that student can continue to go to, that they can access, that we're sort of the conduit to that service initially, that we broker those services, but that we help capitalize on the resources that are available within our community so that these students, their families can access these resources as they continue on. So
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Great testimony. Just to understand this project aware, is it for low poverty? So, I mean, the school districts you're talking about, when you get on I-80 corridor, when you get in Fremont County and when you get in the Bighorn Basin, you're looking at many of our, I guess, lower poverty schools. Niobrara, another example, low poverty school. So tell me kind of what that population, is this a one-time grant? Is this a constant grant? Or how's this project? Give me a little more detail just to understand what this project is.
Great. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Summers. So the initial cohort started with 3 school districts, and that was the Campbell County, the Park County, and Fremont County. That grant was written by the Wyoming Department of Education. If I'm not correct, please correct me, intervene. And that started that 2020 cohort. So then those dollars, I believe, I think it's approximately $5 million that then filtered through for 5 years. So that 2020 cohort will be up in 2025 for those school districts. As that started to continue, the Wyoming Department of Education also wrote for additional funds from SAMHSA, and were awarded other funding through the TIS grant, TIS. And I believe Carbon is on TIS. Yes, go ahead, Dr.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So we have 2 project aware grants. We have the one that Ms. Cox just talked about in Campbell, Powell, and Lander. And it's $9 million over 5 years. And then we have a second grant that does the same thing. We use a slightly different model. So the first one, everything was in person. So they're working with in-person counseling. So they're working with providers in their community that are coming into the schools. In the 2021 grant, it goes, it is Carbon 1, so Rollins, Sweetwater 1, which is Rock Springs, and Uinta 1, which is Evanston. We're finding that the model is highly successful. So we've taken, we started with CDC dollars from the Department of Health. They provided us funds. And so we did another cohort of this with the telehealth model. It's a little different because, but it's the same, but structured a little differently. But that focuses on Bighorn 1, 2, 3, and Park 6. And then we have the trauma-informed support services, which is set up very similar. It's a project aware-like model. We use that same model, but now it adds in the wraparound services as well, which is a partnership between Sweetwater 1 and Sweetwater 2. And then we had some dollars from our ARPA funds that we set aside for this. And so we did another cohort with, we did 2 things. The CDC funds have run out. So we've taken some of our ARPA dollars and added in so we can do a couple more years with the schools up in the Bighorn Basin. And then we added in Torrington and Niobrara and Lusk. And so those are and it's the same model that Ms. Cox has been describing. And the results, I wish I'd known we were talking about this quite this depth, but the results are phenomenal that the school districts are seeing and their impacts on students.
So then can we see some of those results? I mean, you've got that information.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have it with me, but I will find them and get them to you.
Because I think as we make these recommendations, it sounds like we could formulate a better recommendation, seeing there's no sense plowing the same field twice.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. The other thing that Mr. Brown and I have been doing in the department is starting to look at sustainability. So you're asking about where does the money come from, and will the upfront funds help to get it set up? I think we're around 75% sustainable with the telehealth model, and between 50 and 60% sustainable with a face-to-face model. And the way it works is it's open to all students. You don't have to be a low income student to be, or in, there's no restrictions on which students, it's open for all students. And then the way it works is that they bill insurance first. And if you are underinsured or uninsured, and because it's SAMHSA, we also pay the copay for whatever's not covered by insurance, then the grant is picking up otherwise. So that we have, that's how these are structured.
Chairman, and I believe that community-based model is the best model. The challenge is just sustaining it, like you're talking about, and really the reason the education committee that I was on, a year ago, a while back before this last session, that's the reason we came out with that mental health grant, was for that reason, is to try to plug this hole where you have the ability for a district to and if you have it to where you have some community match or district match, and you can make a pretty good program. I think I think what would be interesting, for my question back to you, I guess, as homework, is work with these people here and develop what that program looks like, and then how we as the state of Wyoming can interject whatever we may need to into that program. I'm still agree with a recalibration, and there's a good, and we don't even have to do that. So one thing I'd ask staff is, go back to our 2020 recalibration and what Picus and Auden did and what they actually recommended for counselors, because we ignored that and used what our standard old, basically what our legislative model is. And so I guess have Wilmarth come forward with what that recommendation actually was from Picus and Auden in 2020, and what that looks like for counselors and what that actually would cost above what we're doing now, right? So the legislative model resources X number of counselors. The Picus and Auden model resources a different level of counselors. What does that look like? And then I think we have I think that would be interesting information. But Laurel, I'd really like to see you guys flesh this out and with these folks. And I mean, even my districts, they're not in your deal, but they've created their own community program. But they're, some of them are 100% ARPA funded, and some of them are funded partially by our Episcopal church. Well, the state Episcopal church puts out grants, right? And so it's funded by everything from that to a motorcycle group. And so, I mean, which is great. You want that kind of participation, because then you have buy-in from everybody and you have an awareness of a whole community, which is key to this mental health thing. But it also, in the end, you got to come up, you got to get the scratch, right? You got to be able to get enough. You got to, when you dig, you still got to come up with something. So,
Mr. Chairman, I did forget, we also use Medicaid funding, right? For all the students that qualify for Medicaid. We use Medicaid funding for just a large bulk of what we use, and how Medicaid is funded to determine our ability to sustain in the long run.
Very good. Ms. Cox, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to
Appreciate you coming in today.
have a good day.
Okay, further public comment. Welcome, Simone. It's good to see you. You just sit back there and watch quietly, and now you're actually going to jump in. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, good to see you. Lindsay Semino with the Wyoming Counseling Association. I will do my best not to repeat myself. We've had some really great testimony on this topic today, but would really just like to give some Information on some history on counseling in general. As far as the philosophy of school counselors do not do clinical work within the schools, that's actually a philosophy of the professions. As we look at how school counselors and clinical counselors are trained, we do have a lot of overlap in our Venn diagram, but where we differentiate is when we start to study the clinical counseling piece as well as the school counseling piece. That's when our classes differentiate, our practicums and our internships. So that is by design. What's interesting about the state of Wyoming, and is why it gets a little confusing for us here, is there is a majority of our school counselors that are considered licensed professional counselors and are fully licensed underneath our licensing board. And that is because of the need for school counselors across the state. And they have done whatever their district is requiring them in order to be able to fulfill that school counseling need. Now, though they are fully licensed and they have that training, it is still by definition by the district outside of their scope to be doing that long-term care. Does that happen? Absolutely. Is that something that our school counselors have said they are overwhelmed by because it's not within their scope? Also, yes. And so that is where really the root of that philosophy and where it comes from. And I would like to clarify that I think the reason we talk about counseling, or at least my opinion, why we talk about counseling with psychotherapy is because that's within our statute definition of what counseling is within the state of Wyoming. Clinical psychotherapy is underneath the definition for counseling within our Practice Act. And so, does it not need to be clinical psychotherapy in order to be considered a mental health service? Absolutely, which I think is another reason why we haven't seen those counselors at the elementary school level. At our elementary school level, what we do see is we see our behavior interventionalists, we see paras who are certified to work on those behaviors. And then we also see more of our licensed social workers at the elementary school level. And it's because of that guidance counselor piece. It's more for that secondary school design of middle school and high school, which is why it's not necessarily within K through 6. As this task force Avenger team, Mickey Mouse Club, as the good chairman hinted at, goes to make those recommendations. We do believe that a solid recommendation is for every district to be able to do that brief assessment, and whether it is short-term triage, if it's appropriate for that district, or a referral source, that is a good ask. We would love to see those districts who don't have that referral source to be able to work with WDE and their Project Aware to get those referral sources, since the majority of Project Aware is, I believe, telehealth. So we are able then to expand those telehealth services to the districts who may not have a referral source. But also another solid ask, I think, can be underneath the idea of primary prevention and some type of educational curriculum designed to increase emotional intelligence among our students for our elementary kiddos. That is preventative in nature. Psychoeducation is a tool that we use within the clinical setting, which is just teaching emotional intelligence. And so I believe other states are doing that as far as some type of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning curriculum in the younger grades. I'm very politely looking at WDE to see if I'm mistaken. Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, they do that. Actually, we're seeing it now, K-12. They're starting to do it all the way across. And I like the districts are the ones that kind of figure out the curriculum that they're going to use around mental emotional well-being, those kinds of things. And we are just starting to pilot the framework that we've been building around mental and emotional well-being for students, which includes developmental indicators from pre-K through grade 12.
Great, go ahead, Simone.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up question. Those are recommendations, they're not requirements, correct?
Go ahead, Laura.
Mr. Chairman, yes, they're guidance,
Okay.
right? For
Mhm.
districts, they're not, we have no ability to mandate that.
Lindsay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Ballard, as somebody who primarily functions within clinical counseling. I appreciate the additional information. But it really does come down to, what does the task force see as the priority? We also believe in the community partnership model because of the workforce issue within the state. Then we are not having to continue to compete on hiring providers as we move forward. We're able to support both systems as we try to solve this complex problem. And with that, I stand for question.
Committee. Committee's getting time. Good. The committee was looking a little sleepy. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I had that one little nugget of chocolate, so it'll stir up a couple more questions.
Mr. Chairman, good. I'm glad.
So here lies the conundrum, right? I mean, you represent counselors in communities that have not had the capacity to deal with this now. And so districts have got counselors, people to become counselors to deal with the lack of counselors in the community to deal with the problem. So I was a little worried about your last statement. I, in a perfect world, I agree that counselors should be out in the community and we should be doing this triage in schools. But the reality is there's not enough counselors out there in the private sector. So how do we deal with that? Because I don't think just saying, well, if we have it this way, then we won't be competing with counselors. We still will, because there's a need and we're not fulfilling it, which is a whole nother issue that I think we need to talk about. And I think really is key is your community is, how do we get more counselors? How do we increase that maybe through the UW program? What are those things we can do to manifest more change, more counselors? So what am I missing? I don't think we have enough counselors.
Mhm.
That's simple.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, 100%, absolutely. We do have a workforce issue, regardless of it's within the educational system, within the community counseling system, within hospitals. That is something that we have been in discussion with the governor's office with their WIP proposals, with the hopes of increasing how many mental health providers we are training within the state. Through our outreach program, through our hybrid outreach program through Casper. That program is able to retain 100% of its students within the state because the majority of those students are non-traditional. So they are already working within their communities, they're living within their communities, their spouses have jobs. And so we have been working with UW and with the governor's office to increase the number of non-traditional students that we're able to train within a not called a triad, but a group, a cohort. Thank you, brain. But a cohort of counselors, how many they're able to put into a cohort as they graduate, because there is a limitation on that. And so that is something that we are looking at is how do we train as well as increase the probability that they stay. We are not going to see that pay off immediately. Therefore, as far as immediate, I think the recommendation for that Director Johansson made as far as being able to do brief assessments, curriculum for our K-6 schools, and then doing whatever creative magic we can to get the support to your school counselors. I have talked with many of the school counselors across the state, and yes, ideally getting somebody additional in the building is the most ideal solution. It's just, is that feasible?
Further questions, committee? Seeing none. Looks like, oh, the light's on.
Well,
Go ahead, Dr. Ballard.
had it and then I lost my thought. I think that there's a couple of things too. Oh, telehealth. That's the other piece that we've been using to expand access is through telehealth. And we're finding our providers are being able to find or doing a better job of being able to hire providers that may not necessarily live in the state, but are licensed to teach in the state. And then the legislature this past year, right, with the compacts that they signed, will also open some avenues for additional access.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add on that, absolutely. Pre-COVID, if you were a community mental health provider, and the child could not come to you, you were going into the school. And now with those telehealth services, it has opened it up to where it makes it easier for providers to see students throughout the day, which increases access, but also just the likelihood that that need is going to be met. It's a different world than 2 years ago.
The questions committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Sono. Further public comment in the room? You can tell when we get to the lunch hour or late in the day. Oh, Co-Chair woke up. Go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think maybe for the task force consideration, we run over lunch a little bit. We can either take lunch or maybe ask Director Johansson on how long he thinks our behavioral health conversation needs to go, and we can make a decision whether to plow through or take lunch.
Very good. We look to the dark corner yet once again.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could be relatively quick. There's two things that are on the agenda for the committee. One, probably most importantly, is a bill draft. The good news is I'm going to recommend that pages 2 through 7 of the bill draft are eliminated. And it makes it a relatively simple cleanup for the eligibility under the behavioral health redesign. And Mr. Fuchs will be able to explain that to the committee. So that's number one. But also we were asked to provide an update on the behavioral health redesign, given that we're in the final year of implementation, and happy to go through that, and we can be relatively expeditious. Up to the committee, though. I have nowhere to be.
Okay, committee, you've heard from the dark corner. What's your, I would recommend we work through, but that's up to the committee. I see shaking heads. I see no heads online, so we're assuming a shaking. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and take a break real quick before we move on. And K-12 subgroup, we are working on a date for a Zoom meeting as we speak. So yeah, we finished. Nobody else. I assume there was nobody online. Is that correct, Katie? So yeah, we finished up. So let's take a 10-minute break. We will come back and finish up. Where Katie gives me a thumbs up, we'll get started. Thumbs up, we're starting. We're on the home stretch, folks. We are to item number 11, the final item. So named Behavioral Health Redesign Update. And from the dark corner, from the best part of the room, Director Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we'll have Franz Fuchs joining. He should be in shortly. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have two items, just a little bit of background on where we are with the behavioral health redesign. Given that the room is thinning a little bit, we'll be brief and summarizing with where we are on that. And then secondly, which I mentioned previously as well, we do have a bill in front of you, and we're going to recommend, based on the discussion of the behavioral health redesign group and discussion with the providers, et cetera, that basically the entire first section, pages 2 through 7, can be eliminated because the consensus is to hunt and study on this third-party liability issue in the first year or two of the implementation of the redesign. But there is a statute cleanup in this bill that we do need, which tweaks some language on one of the eligibility categories. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Fuchs, provide a little background on behavioral health redesign and where we are in the implementation. And we've been talking a lot about behavioral health redesign for the past 2 days. So some of that information you have, and then we'll get into the bill. So Mr. Fuchs, take it away.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Fuchs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director, members of the task force. Franz Fuchs. I'm happy to run the slides from my computer or ask Katie. It looks like, okay, great. She has started screen sharing. So, I think anyone still remaining in the room is probably well aware of this effort. So I will just basically, kind of gloss over slides 2 through 6. So if you look at, for example, slide 5, you'll see the annual Department of Health behavioral health funding, sort of a graphic there. What behavioral health redesign is really talking about is it's what's in the brackets, right? It's about $50 million a year of funding. It's by far our most significant line item in the budget. It's largely general fund. And the real idea of BHR is not necessarily adding or shrinking that pot of money for now. It's really just transforming of how we buy things, right? So what are we buying for that money and how do we buy it? That's really the focus of the effort. And a big goal from the state perspective is trying to offset a lot of the costs you see, for example, in the state hospital, right? That $36 million are Title 25, right, expenses. There's no budget for that, but it comes out of the state hospital budget as a marginal cost, right? So when the state hospital is full, we are paying private providers to house that wait list. And if that wait list were reduced because the state hospital the beds were freed up because we could turn those beds over faster because the community providers were sort of actively involved in this process, that would potentially have marginal cost savings. So there are some real potential offsets here from a fiscal perspective, but it really is trying to use those dollars in the top corner to kind of affect other dollars throughout the system, as well as providing better outcomes for folks that are in it, right? So the end state really on slide 6, you can see the real point of this procurement redesign is to make it so that people in those state institutions, not just Department of Health, but Department of Family Services and Corrections, are being actively pulled towards community treatment. So we use the word actively pulled because right now we do a lot of pushing, right? We do a lot of coordination. There's a lot of effort where, we have discharge planning and that's still going to happen, but we really want sort of the monetary incentive for the community providers to be hungry, to want to take people out of these institutions and care for them in the community setting, right? We don't want high needs people to fall through the cracks. We want recidivism in those Department of Health and Department of Family Services and Corrections institutions to decrease. And there's also sort of an aspect of paying for what you want. We want to reimburse providers for achieving social outcomes on behalf of a select number of these really high needs clients. So social outcomes and, life outcomes, being housed, being employed, being engaged in their communities. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But just rushing on, we worked throughout the summer, last summer, slide 7, 8, 9, kind of talk about the payment model here. I think what's most interesting right now is what we're developing in slide 11 is we're really trying to flesh out the outcomes discussion. So sorry, Katie, to keep throwing you for a loop here. But the main idea here is we're taking about 900 clients, right? These are Department of Health, Department of Corrections, and Department of Family Services and courts clients. So people in local jails, county jails. And the idea is not to be too crass about it, but the idea is to kind of like take a backpack full of money and strap it to their backs, and then hopefully that money is only, payable to providers that when they achieve those outcomes. So we're really literally targeting money to specific people for those specific outcomes. That the average roughly we're looking to spend is around $460 per member per month, or PMPM. And that we're looking at a design that basically tries to add some random variation in there, so we can really study the effectiveness of whether this program will work or not. That's one of the key points we're trying to design. Is we don't know this is going to work, but we want to put ourselves in a position where we're going to know whether it works or not when we do it. It's kind of an example in the outcomes is the next slide, and this kind of an eye chart, but you can see, the real idea is to, in this outcomes reporting itself, to really hit the providers between the eyes of like, this is, these are good outcomes, these are bad outcomes, like here's how much you're going to get paid for this month for this specific person. So you can see each line here is a person. Good outcomes are green, bad outcomes are red. We kind of, we there's all kinds of detail in here about how we aggregate those outcomes and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we really want to have clear communication on the right side of, this payable now. Here's how much of that per member per month you'll get paid for this outcome report now. And then for those outcomes that aren't achieved, because we know that, outcomes like housing in Teton County are going to be very, very difficult for Jackson Community Counseling to achieve, just based on the region. The failed outcomes, or outcomes that are not achieved, we add that to their service, their ability to draw down later on the services side. So there's kind of a hold harmless provision built into this outcomes example. But kind of working through all these details is what we're doing through right now, and just kind of want to give you a flavor for kind of the work that's involved. Now, as we've been going through the redesign effort, and this is now slide 14, we've come across a problem which we're coming to you for hopefully a statutory solution. I think everybody shares the goal of, wanting to make sure people receive appropriate services, as well as ensuring that the state general funds are conserved, right? That we're really drawing down upon Medicaid, Medicare, third-party sources. I think everyone, no matter your political persuasion, could agree with that goal. But the devil's really in the details on how that's accomplished. And right now, the way that's written in statute, it's a very, very blunt instrument. We have sort of this restriction on eligibility for the lowest tier based on insurance coverage, only for that lowest tier. So the top two tiers, there's nothing mentioned about insurance at all. And so if you look, for example, on slide 15, the statutory language talks about the indigent general access clients means persons, and here's the operative language which we need to remove, who do not have private or public health insurance that provides coverage for mental illness or substance use disorder treatment, and whose total household income is not more than 200% of the federal poverty level. So this has some real issues, right? I think the main effect is going to be really strongly dissuading people from getting health insurance, right? If you're on the fence, if you're uninsured and you fall into this tier, and your choice is get behavioral health services and not have insurance, or have insurance, this really puts the incentive on not having insurance, which I don't think anybody wants. The other issue is with Medicaid, for example. People covered by Medicaid who don't fall into a higher tier, there are certain services that Medicaid doesn't cover. For example, residential treatment. Currently, those clients on Medicaid can receive residential treatment, and it's paid for out of the general fund contracts. But if when this language goes into effect in 2024, if this continues, those folks will not be able to receive those services unless they fall into a higher eligibility tier. So really what we have is this really blunt sort of sledgehammer-like instrument, and the goal is to really transition that to more of a scalpel. And that's kind of the idea of this bill, this recommended fix. So slide 16 talks about the fix. At its essence, and any option we're contemplating, we strongly recommend that it include the language in red, the repealer there. So really, we're taking out the insurance provisions from eligibility and moving them to a separate section. And there's three options that we have for this section on third-party liability, right? And we'll kind of get into those, but just not to bury the lead, as the director mentioned, our preference as a department is option C, which is what we're calling punt and study. Option A is kind of the traditional model that Medicaid follows right now, which is what we're calling cost avoidance. And that basically means if Medicaid receives a claim, or the Medicaid system receives a claim, and we identify a third-party source that this person has private insurance, we would deny the claim and tell the provider to go bill that private insurer. That's option A. That's kind of how things work with Medicaid. This has never been done, however, with the current general fund block grant system. And so what we're doing is we're turning this big $100 million block grant general fund system. We're moving it from, sort of this block grant and hourly reporting basis to the claims processing world. And in that claims processing world, we're going to get a lot more granular and a lot more detailed information on the third-party liability status of a lot of these folks and specifically those services at that exact point of service, right? So the way I kind of look at it, it's like we've had a big rock sitting in our backyard for the past 50 years, and no one's ever looked under that rock. And we're about to do that with BHR and moving everything into this claims processing system. We're going to find out a lot of things about the potential third-party liability here, and we just don't know, what's under the rock until we lift it. So another argument again, for option C, this punt and study. We would like a year to kind of figure out what's going on. Yes, sir.
Franz, hold up for 1 second here. I have a question. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. And Franz, so the punt and study then for the community mental health providers would mean that the state would go ahead and pay those, pay the claims, and then we'll collect the information and then make an adjustment in a year or two once we have more information. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair Larson, that's exactly correct. That's our recommendation, is really to give us a year, tell us to, in session law, non-codified law, to kind of hold off on, just keep doing things the way we've been doing with the contracts, as far as that third-party liability goes, and let us gather the data on how much exposure there is, what kind of, and also really delve into the really thorny questions of, how much, what kind of system should we build to recover this amount? What do we do with cost sharing for clients? There's a whole host of questions we haven't really wrestled with. For example, someone in crisis has an employer sponsored plan with a $5,000 deductible. What do we want to do in that situation? What is the role of the state? Do we want to deny those claims and say, hey, it's uncompensated care, you got to collect from that person, and they potentially escalate because they didn't get that care? Do we want to step in and potentially interfere with private contracts and say, no, the state's going to, recover that from the private insurance? There's all kinds of questions we haven't wrestled with and haven't had the time to really wrestle with. And so that's kind of what the idea is, to give us a year to figure those kind of things out.
Well, and so this original bill draft that we're looking at today is really a result of the time frame that we had placed on ourselves to get this in place with the community mental, excuse me, with the community mental health providers. And you try to, in that section 1 and section 2, tried to flesh out, albeit not, well, we thought it was a reasonable plan forward. And by removing those out of the bill, we're not discrediting that. It still may be the reasonable plan forward, but once we have information, we'll be making a more educated determination.
Mr. Chairman,
would you agree?
Representative Larson, yes, I would agree. And I'm happy to move directly to the bill. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, and don't want to preach to the choir or be redundant. The other slides, just 17, 18, 19, to really just kind of flesh out those options in a little more detail on the pros and cons. Just really briefly, option A, the cost avoidance, is much easier for the state to administer. It's something we do for Medicaid already. We would likely maximize general fund more than trying to recover it. However, there's all kinds of potential barriers, right? Like just that example of someone in crisis. If you're denying their claims because they have a big deductible, is that really what the state policy should be? And if it is, that's fine. We just want to be told, as a bureaucrat, I don't want to be the person making that call. I think it really is the role of the electeds to decide and make those really big capital P policy decisions when it comes to the system. Option B, pay and chase, is a little bit different framework. Basically, the state would take the burden of, we'd pay the claims up front, and then basically I use the identifying information on the insurance company to bill the insurance company in bulk and try to recover that money directly without involving the provider or the member. That is a little more seamless for the members and the providers, especially the smaller ones, but it does have the disadvantage of it requiring a significant administrative overhead on the state. This is not something the state has done really, that Medicaid has really done in the past, and to a large degree. So the juice may not be worth the squeeze. If there's only $100,000 third-party liability in the system out of 100, 550 million, building, spending $2 million to build an infrastructure to recover that is probably not worth it, right? So that's the real big con there. And it will not work for Medicare. That's another con. Medicare does not accept the right of our right to recover those funds as being a federal entity there. And then finally, punt and study is our preferred option. Really, the idea is we would kind of do what we'll be doing now, which is we pay the claims if we're billed. We put the contractual obligations on the providers in their contracts that they should look for other pay sources, as we do now, and bill those other pay sources appropriately. But there may be cases where they don't know. Maybe the person is in crisis and they don't know that they're not giving out. Their insurance company, they don't have their insurance card, or they're not getting that information, or there's all kinds of situations where the providers could not know about someone's insurance status, right? And so we would receive those bills, potentially identify that insurance payer, and just the idea would be just to track that information, as Representative Larson mentioned, collect that information and then report back to the legislature saying, here's out of this $50 million, there's X million dollars of potential recoveries. Here's a recommendation for the potential statute that we could use to to accomplish the goal of really maximizing the general fund, conserving it, as well as ensuring people especially in the highest tiers have access to services. So that's our presentation, and I'm happy to move to the bill itself unless there's any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Director, go ahead.
I would just, first of all, thanks, Franz, for the overview. And then if you go to your bill, it's 24 LSO 116 draft 0.5. Mr. Chairman, if it's task force's pleasure, we can move right into that and let you know what we're recommending to remove based on this presentation and what this language change looks like later in the bill. So Franz, you just correct anything that I might misstate. And basically, as I mentioned, basically all of section 1 can come out of this bill. So that's pages 2 through 7. And then obviously the sections would be renumbered accordingly. That was, as you can see in the staff comment on page 8, there are 2 options there. And then what we've presented today is a third option, which is the quote punt and study, meaning we would still collect all the information, as Franz mentioned, as we implement this behavioral health redesign. The data that we'll have will look pretty different from what we have now in terms of our service delivery encounter data and financial data, meaning that we can make an informed, better decision and more informed decision and recommendation back to the legislature on what the long-term structure should be for what we call third-party liability or other insurances and funding sources that can minimize the general fund exposure. We think the cons on both option 1 and option 2, as Franz mentioned, there's pros and cons on each, but we think the risks with those in the first year of implementation outweigh the benefit. And so in conjunction with our stakeholder group and our providers, and I know Ms. Somerville is here as well, this is kind of a uniform consensus that we continue on the path we're on. Nothing really changes in the model we're implementing or our excess in implementing the model. We really just hold off on this one provision so that we can make a better recommendation to you all and minimize the risk in the system, both in terms of provider admin and issues. And then, as Franz mentioned, making sure we don't inadvertently stymie access to the priority populations that we'll be talking about, who may have, third-party insurance or other payers. We don't want that to get in the way. So my recommendation would be removing pages 2 through 8 of the bill. The staff comment would come out. And I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Franz, also, please feel free to correct anything I misstated.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I think Director Johansson, what you want to rather say is remove all of section 1, because there's just a little bit there on the bottom of page 1. So if we work the bill, if we move the bill, because I think the other page is really simple. We had amended to, we'll have a proposed amendment to remove section 1, pass an amended bill, and then we'll go from there, if that makes sense to everyone.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is absolutely right. I don't sit on this side of the table very often. So yes, all of section 1 is what we're talking about. removing. And then I'll hand it over to Franz if I may. I know he has his hand up, and then we can get into the substantive part of the bill where we're asking for a statute change.
Right,
Very
so.
good. Mr. Fuchs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would recommend so on page 8, there's 2 options, option A and option B, and it's a little confusing the way it's written because I presented option A, B, and C. These option A and option B pertain only to the punt and study option. So they're basically just 2 different ways of wording the same idea. Option A is a little more technical, references statute. I prefer option B just because it is non-codified law. It's a little more plain language, and I hope it communicates to lay folks who haven't been drinking the BHR Kool-Aid for decades that what we're trying to do here. So again, this is my personal opinion, suggestion, certainly not a recommendation from the department. So that would be non-codified statute or law, and then section 2, the repealer. The really critical part is on page 9, the striking on lines 14 through 16, the insurance provision from the eligibility piece.
Mr. Chairman. So again, just to summarize, I think all of section 1 could be replaced with what's in the staff note in option B as direction for this punt and study option. And then page 9 of the bill, which is the current section 2, and the remaining part of the bill would remain. And again, this is if anybody wants to move this bill and move it along.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Director Johansson, and really what we're saying on this change is, as it originally drafted with the current language that we're striking, it would prohibit some people who are priority populations from getting mental health services based on insurance requirements. And so we pull that out, not identifying the insurance, and to where they can still get those services, particularly on level 3, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's accurate. And Franz gave a few good examples of what we're really trying to avoid, that the same goals are at play, but we don't want to inadvertently have someone not receive, who's a priority population as defined in statute, not be able to receive services because of the way the language reads when it comes to having private or public health insurance. So we think it prudent to remove that language. And I will say, just from what we know about this population, I do think it's a relatively small part of the population, especially as a non-Medicaid expansion state. I see this as being mostly the exception to the rule, but I do think this language change will help us implement the behavioral health redesign with less system shock and impact and access issues. And I won't speak for the provider association, but I know there was general consensus as recently as last week on these changes.
Very good. Before we actually move the bill, let's take some public comment or committee comment if anybody wishes to comment on that. Then we'll proceed to work the bill. Public comment, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Somerville, Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers. Just some very brief comments. We've appreciated significantly the dialogue with Department of Health on this particular issue. Just to understate, looking at page 9 specifically, the striking of that language, how incredibly important that is. There are just services that private insurance plans don't pay for, residential care, Medicaid doesn't pay for. And so what a provider does currently is we always bill insurance, Medicaid, and then we bill the state contract, the very last thing under a waterfall billing scenario. Without this change, then there are a lot of folks that would not be able to receive services and eventually would cost the state probably more money as they decompensate. So that's obviously the most important piece. On the third party liability, pages, I guess 1 through 8 of the bill, we support option C, the punt and study. We think that could be advantageous for the state. We think that it could be advantageous for our smaller providers and trying to keep our small community mental health centers open you know, if the state decides to take on administrative ability to go chase down the insurance companies, because we all know how much fun that is. But it's a big change and it's worthy of study. So we would like to work with the Department of Health on that option. So Mr. Chairman, with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions, committee? Representative Lancer.
But I'm guessing the ultimate hope would still be option B for you. You just don't, we should, in your mind, study it for a year and make sure we understand what that cost could be to the general fund, to the taxpayer. I was just surprising I think if the roles reversed, I'd be up here if I were you preaching. Option B seems the best way to support our patients and our providers. So I guess I'm asking why you're not up here jumping and shouting for B. You're saying, hey, let's wade into the pool and that way everybody, you're not, I guess my question is, you're not concerned a year of this study that people will be confused on how billing is going to work, or we're going to it's going to be kind of haphazard for about a year and not work super efficiently, but you think we can overcome that after a year or two of study and it's still going to be efficient enough?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Wanitzer. So I guess just a little bit more context to the conversation. So as we envision this, the community mental health centers will continue to operate as they do today. They'll bill private insurance, Medicaid, and bill the state. What the X factor in this a little bit is traditionally for community mental health center, private insurance is a rarity. If I had to generalize, I'd say less than 5% of revenue comes from private insurance. At the same time, there are a number of our centers that carry very large aging reports of deductibles and copays and things that clients that do have insurance, they will never be able to pay. And then add into that, in fact, just recently in the last week or so, we've started conversations about how the community mental health centers are going to do a more enhanced process of making sure that somebody is screened for Medicaid eligibility. Are they screened for marketplace eligibility? So what we don't know is how many folks might actually be eligible for marketplace employees that might get caught through a more robust screening process. So we don't know if that number will actually increase or remain the same or just not be there at all. And so for us, we'll continue to operate status quo for a year. And to be honest, it's not a bad idea considering all of the other changes that are going on in terms of certifying eligibility come next July, doing all of these screenings, all of these pieces that we're moving. This is an incredibly large and complex project to do. So this piece is not at the highest priority level. Now, Chairman, I cannot promise that we'll be back here in a year saying we're ready. Option B.
Committee. Anybody online wish to comment? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Somerville.
Chairman.
Further public comments? None online? None in the room? Everybody shake their heads like this? Okay, it's unanimous. Oh, unanimous, but what he just laughed. Okay, that will close public comment. Committee, would anyone like to move this bill? Moved. Second by Wanitzer, moved by Representative Larson. Okay, let's talk about the bill. And we'll make amendments. We won't even look at pages 1 through 8 because we know we're gonna get rid of those. Any comments or discussion on the remainder part of the bill? Specifically about possibilities A and B. Anybody wish to discuss that? Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Again, my recommendation and happy to move it would be to replace all of section 1 with option B that's on page 8 of the staff comment.
In a second, let's discuss that. Go ahead.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. So if we replace section 1, we're going to reinsert in its place the language of option B.
Mr. Chairman. And Co-Chairman Larson. Yes, so a little confusing in our presentation. We presented 3 options. Option C was punt and study. That's reflected on page 8 of the staff comment. I would move that we replace all of section 1 in the bill with the language that's in option B on page 8 of the staff comment.
Thank you for that clarification.
Further discussion on that motion? Albert seconded, he did. So we have that motion on the floor. And that would be to replace the section 1 that would be removed with the new section 1 will be option B with all language replaced. Everybody got that? LSO has that. Everybody's got it. Senator Nethercott has that. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
And since it's non-codified, it probably doesn't matter, but there's language in the way it's written in option B is not the way. It's probably there's some language that wouldn't be written like that by LSO. I don't know if we want our LSO to kind of conform it to our style.
Yeah, and I would suggest we leave them the latitude if they agree with that on it. Would that be a problem?
Mr. Chairman, that's fine.
Okay. With that being said, let's vote on this motion, please. All in favor of that motion? Say aye. All opposed, say no. That motion passes. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Second motion would be to remove all of section 3, which is actually related to the original section 1 of the bill.
Section 3. Can you just specify exactly where that is as far as pages, line numbers, et cetera for us?
Mr. Chairman, happy to. So that would be page 10, lines 1 through 22.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion? Second by Representative Summers. Discussion. All in favor of that motions? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. That motion passes. Further discussion, committee. Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote to pass other committee as amended. Go ahead and take a roll, Kate.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call for 24 LSO 0116 behavioral health redesign amendments as amended for a recommendation from the task force. Senator Barlow. Senator Nethercott.
Aye.
Speaker Summers. Representative Wanitzer. Co-chairman Larson. Co-chairman Baldwin. Director Johansson. Director Schmidt. Director Shannon. Dr. Ballard. Pass for recommendation.
Bill passes. We'll decide which committee to send that on to after we do a review. Okay, committee, we finished all the work that was listed. I would tell that group of the K-12 working group that we will be, it's not named the Mickey Mouse Club, by the way, that will be named Fred's Gang. We are planning the day in a virtual time right now that will include several administrators from the school districts. Anything further? LSO, can you kind of give us a synopsis of what all we're doing or what we succeeded in doing?
Chairman, just give me 1 second. 24 LSO 0145, which was the Vulnerable Adult Council Bill, passed to be recommended to a standing committee. 24 LSO 17, which was the Civil Cause of Action bill draft. That's going to be brought back to the next committee meeting with amendments so that we can discuss it further. 24 LSO 23, which was the cross-reporting bill, will be recommended to a committee. 24 LSO 21, which was the Emergency Protective Services Timeline Bill, that will be recommended to a committee. The Vulnerable Adult Definition Bill will be brought back for consideration at the next committee meeting. You're going to continue to consider the current draft RFI. As to the K-12 mental health subgroup, everybody's going to get back together before the next committee meeting to determine how to go forward there. I'm going to go back to the 2020 recalibration bill and see what was recommended for counselors and ask Matt Wilmarth what that recommendation was and how it was laid out. And then I'll bring that information back to the committee at the next committee meeting. And then 24 LSO 116, which is the behavioral health redesign amendments, that's going to be recommended to a committee as amended. And that is everything.
Anna, when you visit with Matt, once you get that information, rather than waiting for the next meeting, why don't you just send this committee an email?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Very good. Anything further, committee, that we missed? Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to thank the Life Resource Center staff for hosting us and thank LSO as always an excellent job and coordinating with my staff here on hosting us for the past couple of days. Appreciate everyone coming and doing the tour and all of that. Thank you.
And I would appreciate our gratitude for sponsoring us here and to Co-Chairman Larson for allowing us in his community. Yeah. And I would say for it's a pleasure to work with this task force. We get work done and it's going well. So with that, we will terminate this meeting. We will see everyone in Cheyenne, I believe, on August 8th. Does that sound right? I might be what my calendar said. Yeah, I think it's in Cheyenne, August 8th. That let's call it. Did we get the vouchers for everyone to sign? Thank you, crowd, for coming.